Good morning, everyone. If I could invite everyone to find a seat. I'm happy to see that the room has filled up, so I think we might be running short of some seats. And then, as we do have a tight schedule for this session, I'm happy, just waiting for the last people to enter. So welcome everyone to this first session with our knowledge partners, as we call them. And this session especially, it will focus on initiatives on any research that is focusing on creating a culture of integrity. So we've designed, or we've thought about these sessions that we wanted to create these sessions in where we really invite our so-called knowledge partners and where sort of these other voices within the integrity and anti-corruption community can bring new evidence and findings from the different communities that exist. And we are very pleased that for this year we have 12 knowledge partner we have 12 knowledge partners. So in each session we have three different presentations. There'll be another one this afternoon and another 2 knowledge partner sessions during the course of tomorrow. So in this Culture of Integrity knowledge partner session, we will have 3 knowledge partners, as I mentioned. And for each knowledge partner, we have about 30 minutes of time. And the presenters will start off with giving a presentation of their key findings. And then afterwards, we would very much counting on you in making this a very sort of engaging, more of a communication between the presenters and you're very much invited to ask your questions, ask your what sort of further insights into how to drill into the specific issues. So with this being said, I would like to first invite Ina Kubbe and Sophia Wickberg from the Interdisciplinary Corruption Research Network.
So thank you very much. So we are very happy and proud to be a knowledge partner to the OECD Global Anti-Corruption and Integrity Forum this year. We're a new partner. So we'll start with giving you a few words of who we are and what we do. And then we will give you an example of a project that we have been working on, a meta-analysis of bribery games, to give you a bit of an idea of what our network is doing. So we are an independent network of researchers who focus on corruption and anti-corruption from different disciplines and different cultural backgrounds. And why we decided to create this network about 6 years ago now was because we are convinced that it is through collaboration and exchange across disciplines and across countries that this sort of collaboration is key to improving our understanding of the phenomenon of corruption. So our goal is to enhance the quality of research on corruption, but also we have the ambition to try to make this research in order to inform policy making. So that's why we are particularly happy to be invited here today. Where should I? It's working. Oh, yeah, there you go, sorry. One of our main activities is an annual forum that we organized in which we invite young scholars, junior scholars, to come and present their work and get feedback from everyone else present, from all the participants. And we started off with the first forum in Amsterdam. It is not working anymore. So we've had those forums for 3 years now, in Amsterdam, in Paris, in Gothenburg, and this year we are happy to move the forum to Kiev, where we will have our 4th forum. So one of the other things that we try to do, in addition to organizing a research forum that is specifically dedicated to corruption and anti-corruption, is that we're trying to work collectively to shape the research agenda broader and make sure that corruption and integrity are featured in the main academic conferences in the disciplines that are represented within our network. And one of the things that we're doing is, for example, trying to create a standing group within the European Consortium for Political Research to make sure that more people get engaged on these issues. Okay, so I'll start to talk, and the slide will come later. So our network is also working on trying to provide knowledge on existing research tools and instruments that researchers all over the world can use. So we've organized a few summer schools, and we have a quite close collaboration, especially with the University of Kiev, where, as I said, we will have our forum this year. So we try to organize, can you go to the next? These sort of method schools, both for young scholars and more established scholars that want to engage more on the topic of corruption, but also trying to provide training to policymakers, especially on different types of research methods. So, Ina, did you want to say a few words about our collaboration with the UNODC?
Yeah, so welcome everybody. It's nice to see so many people that are interested in knowledge partners of the OECD. Yeah, so one of our new initiative is a collaboration with the Education for Justice initiative of the United Nations. So the last couple of months we were involved in developing and writing university models on anti-corruption. I think they will be published in 2 or 3 months. So we also try to help people all over the world to teach on anti-corruption.
And of course, since we are a research network, one of our activities is, of course, trying to do a common publication. So we have a few books and special issues that are dedicated to this issue as well.
So, for example, we have published last year a book on corruption and norms, why informal worlds matter, and we also have several special issues on corruption related to democracy, corruption related to law, and we will also have very soon a new book on corruption and informal practices in the Middle East and North Africa. So we're really active in getting as much knowledge as possible outside.
And so in the 6 years, our 6 years of existence, we've managed to develop, to create a few partnerships, both with international organizations, but also with civil society organizations, because that is part of our goal, is to try to breach this infamous gap between research and policy making, and try to, in a way, all speak the same language. So just to give you a little bit of an example of the sort of joint research that we are developing within this network, one of the things that we are working on with political scientists, communication scholars and social psychologists is this ongoing project on the effects of media framing on emotional responses to corruption. So this is an idea of how we can cross disciplines to try to enhance knowledge on corruption and what we can do about it. And our latest little project is a podcast that we have launched together with the global anti-corruption blog that is organized by Matthew Stevenson. And the very first episode features the famous Susan Rose Ackerman, and you can listen to this podcast, as you said, on SoundCloud, Stitcher, or Spotify. And now, to give you a bit of an idea of, maybe we move to the presentation on the project on meta-analysis.
Mm-hmm. So we were working the last couple of weeks, or actually months, on the meta-analysis of bribery games. So a meta-analysis is actually an analysis of other studies. So it's a statistical analysis that combines the findings of other studies that in our case used bribery games. And I just want to explain you very, very quickly, and the results are really work in progress. So we just finished actually yesterday. So what you can see here is that we were collecting all the studies around the world that conducted bribery games, either in the lab, in the field, or online. So there were 1,620, and in the end, we had 526, including 35,287 participants. Were participants in these bribery games that we were analyzing. And here you see the countries where these bribery games were actually conducted. So you can see the countries that are really red. These are the countries where most of the studies were conducted. So we still have a very Western bias. And there are, of course, countries in the world that were not covered at all, actually the countries that suffered the most. And here is an overview to explain in a very short way what actually is a bribery game. Bribery games usually consist of 3 participants. So the first person is in most of the cases a manager. A manager has the opportunity to bribe someone. It's in most cases an official, someone who is working for the government. So the firm has at first, or the manager, the opportunity to bribe someone or not. An official in this case, so the official can then decide if he or she wants to accept or not. And then the third step is there is a citizen, and the citizen has the opportunity to punish if there was a bribe. So this is the main idea of a bribery game, and these are really first results. So we have a lot of indicators, and we have a lot of treatments, of course, in this manipulated variables, so to say, in this experiments. And one focus was now that we choose are women less corrupt, because we know that a lot of people are really interested in the fact that women are really less corrupt than men. So we had a special focus on these 2 questions. Do women offer less bribes, and do women accept less bribes? And here you can see a fancy graph that, or illustrations that actually shows that we didn't find a significant difference. But as I said, this is work in progress, but it shows that women actually do not offer less bribes than men. The next result is, do women accept less bribes? And also here we didn't find a significant difference, so it shows that women do not accept less bribes than men based on the results that we were analyzing. Another indicator that we had a special focus on was punishment, because this is also what people are really interested. They want to know, is punishment actually working to reduce corruption? So our 2 main questions are, does punishment reduce bribe offers, and also does punishment reduce bribe acceptance? And here we didn't focus on gender, if there are differences between men and women. Here we just had a first look if it's working or not. So is punishment a deterrent? And also here we didn't find a significant difference. So we don't know if punishment really reduced bribe offers, but as based on our findings, that actually it doesn't. Does punishment reduce bribe acceptance? Here we see a significant difference, which means that higher levels of corruption, that we can find higher levels of corruption if there is no punishment. So in the case of if it's really reducing the acceptance of bribe, punishment works. But these are not our last words. As I said, this is work in progress, and we have a lot of indicators, and we have a lot of data that we're still analyzing. So if you want to follow this new research project that we will publish very soon, you can go on ResearchGate and follow our project. And you can also, of course, get in touch with us directly.
And I think one of the elements that is interesting about these meta-analyses about, well, in general, but in this case on bribery games, is that it also uses data sets that were not used in published articles. Within academia, often when you don't really find significance, if your findings aren't significant, you might not publish the study. And the meta-analysis allows us to go beyond that, that bias of findings to actually try to see, to include all the research projects where the findings were significant.
Exactly. So to reduce the publication bias, how we call it, or the fall dryer problem, because if we are doing some experiments and then we're just confirming the results that already exist, we put it in a drawer. And we don't know these findings, of course. So if you know people, or if you maybe some of you also did some experiments, please let us know, because we are also really interested in unpublished results to decrease the publication bias, of course.
So to conclude, before we open up to questions and answers, to give you an idea of our future aspirations, where we want to take this network, which is still quite young, is that, of course, we want to continue with all our activities. We want to generate more collaborative research. We want to continue to publish together, because that's what academics do. But one important part of our activities now is that we want to try to develop methods and settings to facilitate the collaboration between the researchers that are part of our network, which are all very interested in working together with policymakers to try to improve policies in this domain. So we are trying together collectively to develop new ways to try to make our findings easier for policymakers to access. So also, if you have any suggestions on things that we could do to facilitate that, please feel free to share that with us, or to come to us later. And finally, one of the things that we want to do with this young network is try to institutionalize it more. So we are, of course, always trying to look for financial support to try to institutionalize our activities and to try to bring the research on corruption further. So thank you very much for your attention. So we look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Sophia and Ina, for this really interesting presentation and sort of these new innovative ways that you're bringing to really bring your research out to these different communities. I'd like to open up the floor to every one of you to ask the questions. We'll have some of my colleagues around with microphones. If I could just ask you to make a sign to them that you'd like to ask a question, and if prior to asking a question, if for those actually seated, if you could sit up and quickly introduce yourself. We'll probably take 2 or 3 questions at once, and then we'll...
Hamish Goldie-Scott from COST, the Infrastructure to Expand Initiative. I was interested that the game assumed that the starting point was an offer. In our experience internationally, more often than not, the start is a demand, and as a barrier to market entry. Could you comment as whether you've played that game as well?
Mm-hmm. So what I explained before, this is the basic logic behind bribery games, but we have several bribery games, so with different treatments, with different contexts. So we also have briberies that included the situation that you just mentioned. So we are not only focusing on this situation that I presented.
Thank you.
Hello, Anthony Smith-Meyer, thegovernanceproject.org. Firstly, thank you very much for blowing up the myth that men are bad, worse than women. I shall hold my head higher now and quote you frequently. I was just wondering, did you also, because I teach millennial students as well, and they tell me that they're much more ethical than us baby boomers. I'm just wondering, did you do any demographic studies or consider that at any point in your studies?
Maybe if we can take another one right away.
Hello, my name is Sabri Zain, and I'm with traffic, the wildlife trade monitoring network. And now we in the conservation field have our own network of experts that looks at behavior change models and behavioral economics with regard to how consumers consume wildlife. So we're looking at things like how, for example, wildlife, what motivates users to use wildlife in the context of, for example, corporate gifting. And we're trying to look at how we use behavior change models and behavioral economics to more closely understand the motivations of these consumers. Do you see any potential collaborations between our network and yours? Because I see a lot of the nudges and norms that you're looking at are pretty similar to the kind of work that we're looking at.
So to answer the first question, this was just a glimpse of the whole project that is, as we said, ongoing. So there are a lot of different variables that we are looking at, and maybe Ina, if you...
It's a huge data set. As I said, we collected this data for a very long time with a high number of people involved, and we have data on nationality, of course, data on gender, data what the people studied, economy, political science, other fields, age, of course. We have really a lot of data, and for sure we will also look, of course, if there's an age effect, and I'm very sure there is. Yes, it is.
And for the second question on collaboration, I think that would be fantastic. So maybe we can talk about that after the session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we are really interested in more collaborations around the world, and yeah, as Sophia said, to share more knowledge.
I think we've got time for a couple of more questions.
Hello, my name is Aslam Ansari. I'm a documentary filmmaker, and I make investigation on high-profile corruption. I perfectly agree with you that women are less involved in corruption. That's perfectly right. But there's one more point to this. Women are very sarcastic to their fellow man when he makes less money. And that makes the man inclined towards corruption. That's what happened to Fillon, the presidential election for France. He lost election because of his wife.
Of course,
there's a social issue as well.
I totally agree, but there are a lot of explanations, and we will talk about this in more detail than in our studies.
Just because of tool of measurement in the society is money.
Yeah.
That's the root to the corruption. Women don't marry a man unless he is successful financially. So they don't make corruption, but they make women, men to go towards corruption. Think about it.
Thanks for sharing.
Yes, hello, my name is Michael Zimmermann, Austrian Federal Economic Chamber. My question is concerning the future direction of your research. Nowadays, many countries are setting up nudging units to improve their policies. What can we expect from your research agenda for governments to better design their policies to prevent corruption?
Well, thank you for that question. Of course, that is an extremely relevant one. So we find all these things. What do we do now? And one of the elements that has been underlined with behavioral insights when it comes to anti-corruption and integrity is that for now we still lack data. We still lack evidence of how people make the decision to accept or offer bribes, and so I think this sort of research, just the fact that it exists and that we try to publish it and spread it as widely as possible, should at least inform these nudging units in how they could use research findings to try to use behavioral insights to improve policy. Because for now, I think short answer is we still lack evidence.
Do we have some more questions to our panel?
Hello, my name is Pedro. I'm with BIAC, Task Force on Anti-Corruption. My question is, how do you relate these games to the classic games of the prisoner's dilemma? Because this reminds me, these 2x2 ordinal games where you achieve a state of equilibrium if the payoffs are in a certain manner. If you could describe a little bit, how do you create the game so that people make the choices that they're doing in that simulation? Because we are doing a simulation at the end. Thank you.
One more question.
Hi, I'm just an M1 student from Paris School of Economics. So I'm very interested in the method that you're using, meta-analysis, and I'm curious how you collect your data. Is it a combination of different studies? If so, like, are you afraid of duplicating your data?
So what we actually did was that we were analyzing the findings. This meta-analysis is a combination of all the findings of studies that other people did. So I for example, I also conducted bribery games in the US, in Germany, and in Israel. So this study is also included in this meta-analysis. But it always depends, of course, on the study, how it's related to the prisoner's dilemma, for example. So these are really details. Because we have, as you saw, there are so many bribery games included, and all of them are really, they depend on the context, on the country, the aim of the study. So as I said, it's really depending on the researcher's aim. And let's see what we will do based on these findings, because we will find very interesting results, and I think each of them will produce a new research paper and a new research project. We just need to look on the gender and corruption link, and there are already several research projects on the link between corruption and if punishment works. If it's not working, under which circumstances, in which context actually works. So these are then future projects, of course.
Unless there's someone else absolutely dying to ask another question, then we would... Any more questions? Is there any more questions? Okay, then I would say thank you very much for especially the willingness to answer all of the questions that were asked. And we will make a very quick change. And I would like to then, maybe first we can give actually a round of applause to Sophia and Ina for their presentation.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your attention.
And then I would like to invite Cheyenne Shabbat-Church and Diana Chigas from the Tufts University up on the stage. Sorry? Okay, so we'll ask them to give you a quick... Okay. It was working over there, but maybe... What do we point it at? The screen? If not, I'm at the back of the room and just tell me. So for this session, we'll be with the title of session for these next 30 minutes. We'll be very much looking at how ignoring social norms can undermine integrity promotion. And I believe our two speakers will present their latest findings from the Corruption, Justice and Legitimacy Project. I'll hand over to you.
All right, I've been experimenting.
Yep, we just have sometimes,
but I need it to go back now. Is this on? And is that on? All right, thank you. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk about some of our latest research. My name is Cheyenne Shabbat-Church, and my colleague is Diana Chigas, and we are both faculty members at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University, based out of Boston. And we have the pleasure of co-leading the Corruption, Justice, and Legitimacy Project. Our background is both from the peace-building world, and this is what led us to a real interest in the role of corruption in justice and state legitimacy from the perspective of how does it continue, maintain, and propagate violence and conflict. We started working on this in about 2014, and our real interest area was how do you improve the effectiveness of anti-corruption or integrity promotion in conflict and fragile affected states. So I should underline that everything that we say and talk about is from the perspective of a conflict and fragile affected state. Today, we want to focus specifically on how ignoring social norms in these fragile environments can undermine integrity promotion or anti-corruption effectiveness. Our plan is to talk a little bit and then ask you a question. Then we're going to talk a little bit, we're going to ask you another question. Then we're going to talk a little bit more, and then you get to ask us questions. So that's the vision in a tight 30 minutes, okay? So in 2014, one of the first things we did was reviewed as many anti-corruption and fragile and conflict-affected states programs as we could get our hands on. And one of the things that struck us, nod to the back, thank you, is that of all the drivers, the things that actually catalyze or cause corruption, and all the enablers, the things that allow corruption to happen, in the places of the world that we work, the vast majority of anti-corruption programming focused on the enablers. Things like the weak institutional factors, the insufficient transparency, the inadequate legal framework. And there was very, very little attention given to the things that actually drive corrupt patterns of behavior. Now, what we think is that it's really critical that you focus on both to create sustainable behavior change. There's a whole lot of drivers behind corrupt patterns of behavior, and what we want to talk about today is very specifically the social pressure, also known as the social norms that create and maintain corrupt patterns of behavior. Okay. Sorry. I'm going to move. I have no control of the slides. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. So there are lots of drivers that maintain corrupt patterns of behavior. And we're particularly interested in social norms because social norms serve a purpose in society. They have a purpose. They have a function. And those functions may not be socially good. They may not be collectively positive, but they are meeting somebody's needs in some way, often from an individual perspective. And it's this functionality of social norms that perpetrate corruption that makes corrupt systems so resilient to change. Can we move to the next one? So what we find is we can get all the other factors right. We can get the knowledge factors, the services, the laws, the economic conditions, et cetera. We can get them all right from a behavior change perspective, but if we don't get social norms right, they act as the brake in sustainable behavior change. So it's not that we're saying social norms is the magic bullet. What we're saying is that you have to engage in social norms along with all the other factors that you're engaging with if you want sustainable behavior change. Can we move to the next one? Thank you. So what is a social norm? We have spent a lot of time going through a vast amount of academic literature that articulates what are social norms, and I'll just say quickly that there is no common one agreed definition. We're approaching it from the perspective of what would be the most functional definition for somebody who's trying to catalyze behavior change. And so we believe social norms are the mutual expectations about what is appropriate and typical behavior within a group. And there's two words there to highlight. Typical, that means what people normally do, what is commonly done. Appropriate is normative. Appropriate is what people think you should do, what people think you ought to do. And when those two things come together within a group, you get mutual expectations about what behavior you should be doing. Now, if I can go to the next one. It's important to know that social norms are not the same as attitudes, and they are not the same as behaviors either. It is the mutual expectation, the experience between people about what you do and what you should do. That is the social norm, and that is what exerts pressure on people. Now, how is that pressure exerted? It's exerted through what is commonly called social sanction. And that social sanction can be positive. When you behave the way I think you should and is appropriate, you are socially rewarded, either through group membership, group belonging, but it can be simple things, smiles, nods, engagement. Or if you breach the norm, you are negatively sanctioned. And that can be as simple as a frown, but it also can be social ostracization, not being invited, not being included. When we put our fragile state lens, the notion of social sanction, it doesn't actually encompass the real impact of what those social sanctions can actually do. because they can diminish your status, they can diminish your trust, they can diminish your access to your network and resources because you are no longer a trustworthy person. So the sanctions are critical to not only the creation, but the maintenance of the social norm. Can we go to the next one? So I said social norms, they're not the behavior and they're not their attitude. But it's really interesting. There's direct norms and there's indirect norms. When the social norm and the behavior are the same, they are direct. And what I mean, that doesn't mean that the behavior is the norm. What I mean is the mutual expectation that is held is directly aligned to the behavior that is ultimately done. So for instance, if the mutual expectation is that I will always hire my family member, then I will hire my family member. So they're quite similar. But there's also indirect norms. And indirect norms have multiple behavioral manifestations, some of which are positive, some of which are negative. So if there is an indirect norm, such as always look after your family, I might hire family members, but I also might pay a whole bunch of school fees for members of my extended family. Arguably, a positive behavior being catalyzed by that indirect norm. And where it gets really complicated, particularly around corruption, is when an informal social norm is the buttress behind a direct social, when an indirect social norm is the buttress behind a direct social norm. So if we only go after the mutual expectation of hiring cousins without recognizing that actually fend for your family in this fragile environment is the indirect norm that everybody adheres to, the resiliency of fend for your family will always eat the work that we've been doing for breakfast. All right? I think that, yep, to the next one. So common indirect norms related to corruption in the context in which we work. Loyalty, reciprocity, look after one's family, fend for yourself. One of my faves from Colombia, only fools follow the rules. Trust nobody. Some of which we have found in our own research, some of which we've pulled from other research. So if these are indirect norms that have positive behavioral manifestations and negative behavioral manifestations, our question is, when it comes to working on them, what is the appropriate role for the international community? These are so tightly intertwined with culture. What is our appropriate position, our appropriate place in terms of trying to catalyze change? And I'm going to ask you to talk to your neighbor for about a minute, and then we're going to ask for a little bit of feedback on that question. Okay. So if you don't mind, we'd be curious, a couple of people, what do you think the appropriate role is for the international community to work on indirect norms in fragile and conflict-affected states? I think there's probably a microphone that's going to magically appear. Aha, there it is.
Hello? I guess mine's on. It's a wonderful question. The appropriate role for the international community. My name is James Valle. I'm chairman of the International Economic Justice League. And what we do actually is we create a community of individuals who, and we target the 18 to 30-year-olds, and we create a culture of ethical commerce. And I think that is our role. We combine online education and social interaction to create this culture and empower that age group to actually fight corruption and promote ethical commerce. So to your point, I think it's right on our subject, which is creating a culture, because we do believe that corruption is a culture in many respects.
Our point that we just discussed is that perhaps it's a problem to think of corruption as being the good people and the bad people, to get rid of a few bad people, because it's perhaps more helpful to treat corruption issues in the same way as health and safety, that you want to know what the risks are, minimize the risks, and learn from it. So the idea of zero tolerance is actually quite unhelpful, because it tends to mean that people turn a blind eye to corruption risks. And you ask about what the appropriate role for the international community is. I remember 25 years ago when the World Bank wasn't quite sure whether corruption was good or bad for development, when every European government offered tax incentives for their companies to pay bribes to win contracts. So things have changed a lot since then. But I'm mindful of the work of Professor Khan at SOAS, who found that, particularly for fragile states, legalizing certain forms of corruption is actually a stabilizing factor. And every developing country, every developed country has legalized some forms of corruption. In the UK, it's banking. In the US, it's lobbying. And that serves to stabilizing states.
Well, thank you for that. That's a lovely segue to a conversation what we want to have about fragile states, because in the fragile states where we've been doing our research, which is mostly sub-Saharan Africa, corruption is completely rational and makes entire sense for the individuals, which is what we said earlier around that it serves a purpose and it has a function. So the good-bad labeling is completely inappropriate in those contexts. And my colleague Diana is going to speak a little bit more about fragile states.
Okay. Is it on? Oh, there it is. Hi, and thank you again for being here. We're also new knowledge partners as well. If we could move the slide. Sorry, we haven't figured out how to use this. I want to talk a little bit about what we think the fragile states context does with social norms and the importance of social norms. And by fragile and conflict-affected contexts, we're looking at contexts where there are a lot of risks, corruption being one of them, of course, but maybe climate change, it may be youth unemployment, it may be lack of capacity of the state, it may be conflict itself, and a lot of our research has been in conflict. It may be exclusion and marginalization of certain populations. And these are contexts where that are society is highly fragmented. It may be emerging from violent conflict. Groups are divided. They may be hostile, distrustful. Politics and power highly contested. And so even if there's a peace agreement or a constitution, it's not necessarily really a social contract that reflects kind of a societal agreement on shared principles for how the society should be going forward. And I think what we're finding, at least in the research that we've done and what we believe from our work in peace building, is that social norms are much more important around corruption and anti-corruption in those contexts. And social norms are things that enable social cohesion, and that's what they're used. And in these fragile contexts, that social cohesion is much more important and enforced, and for a number of reasons. One, because there's intergroup hostility, perhaps war, mistrust, fragile contexts. Fragile contexts. In these fragile contexts, the social norms are more enforced because, and I work in peace building, and how many times when people try to reach across conflict lines are they labeled as traitors? And so the kinds of things that you're required, things become polarized, and the social norms around loyalty and around kinship and around sort of supporting your side and not the other side become much stronger, and there's greater enforcement. So they have a lot more influence on behavior. The other piece that we've also noticed is that the social norms themselves are much more important to your everyday life and survival because you're relying on your families. The infrastructure has been destroyed often, the institutions aren't working, there's conflict, so you're relying on your networks for your livelihoods, for your safety, for all sorts of really basic human needs. So the consequences of being sanctioned, I mean, even if it's sort of being ostracized, which sounds bad, but, you know, in my society in the United States, all right, you know, I can cope with not, you know, getting a cold shoulder, but there the consequences may be around your survival and your ability to move forward. And so I think that piece is also really important. And generally, the insecurity, fear, is that it really does provide a lot of these social norms in the absence of kind of institutions. And so I really do provide a kind of a set of rules that provide security for people, and that's really important. So we do think that that's, in those contexts, the criticality of these social networks are stronger and the social norms are much stronger in that sense. And if you could come back to the next slide. Previous slide. So as Cheyenne, as we looked at social norms, and you didn't really describe it there are two elements. One is sort of what we believe others do, and I think a lot of the literature that we went through and a lot of the policy discussions has been around, you know, can we break? I'm engaging in corruption. I'm offering bribes because I see everybody else is doing it, and so I don't want to be the first one to sort of step out there and be damaged. And the other piece that we think is important is others actually expect me to do it. And we have sort of, in our definition, not emphasized what we call the descriptive norms, what we see others doing and following what others are doing so much, because we don't think that's as important. It's not that it's not there, but that it's not as important. Those expectations from your family, from your clan, from your group, so reinforce the sort of pressure both for those who are demanding bribes, and I think you talked about demanding bribes in the last one, both demanding but offering and accepting, that we sort of combine that and don't focus a lot on that. And we'd love your thoughts on this, and that's sort of a second question, because this is a hypothesis that we have, and we're concerned that if a lot of the policy starts saying, okay, we're going to start trying to get people to sort of take a step out and sort of be the first ones and get some groups to stop sort of doing what they see others are doing, we worry that it's not going to be sufficient. And so that's why our sort of definition has excluded that. And if we'd love for you, again, sort of take a minute, sort of back one. Yeah. A question, does this resonate with your experience? And if you have experience in fragile states or conflict-affected states or some of the places where I think the research that you've done on the bribery games hasn't been done, how much corruption is based on I do what others are doing? And can you think of examples? Because we'd like to have that, because if our hypothesis is not right, we definitely would need to change it. So take a minute and talk with your partner and see if you sort of a person, and we'd love to get some feedback on that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh. put it there. Yeah. You know what you... Okay. Any one of these could be a long discussion. Could we get some feedback? We'd love some questions.
So I have had, my name is Jean-Pierre Méan, and I've had experienced an example of this happening. This was a lady who reported to me that she was trying to form an NGO in a very corrupt country. When they went to the registrar's office, they were asked for a bribe. They said, no, we don't pay bribe. So they went and spoke to a minister and asked the minister, whom they knew was honest, whether he could intervene. The minister said he would do it. So they went back to the registrar office, and at the registrar office they said, oh, you paid the minister, so you can pay us.
We've seen things like that as well. Others? Yes?
Thank you. Malikat Mohamed Parent. You know the anecdote, which is, I have a question for you. Who in this room pay bribes? Please raise your hand. Of course, nobody will raise hand. The second question is, who in the room believes that their competitors in the room pay bribes? Please raise your hand. And of course, most people will raise their hand depending on the context. And then you have an assumption of this descriptive norm influence on paying bribes.
Yeah, exactly. And it comes back to really figuring out how you get good data as well. I would love, and we would love to continue this conversation. We do want to get to sort of the main point of our research, which is, what does ignoring and misunderstanding social norms in anti-corruption work do? And we're seeing a few things. One is, in a sense, that it's, as Cheyenne said, it's a break on effectiveness of a lot of other interventions. And I'm going to ask, if you could go ahead 2 slides for a second, and the next one. We've used, and I apologize for how complicated this looks, but we've used systems analysis. This is an analysis we did of corruption in the criminal justice system in northern Uganda. And if you could just press it, I'll show you a particular piece of that map. Where Uganda has some of the, Uganda has some of the best laws, has institutions, has the anti-corruption court, has in the police force training, integrity training, resources, has had a unit that's dealing with some of the punishment issues, and it has police in particular is seen as one of the most corrupt and experienced as one of the most corrupt institutions. And so part of what we found, and if you could just click it once more, show the arrows, is that there were 2 social norms. One was looking at peer pressure to demand bribes, and the consequences. What was the social consequence? You would get ostracized. You'd get ostracized by your own police force. You'd get posted to something very distant, or you'd get ostracized by your family. You'd go home and they say, so, where's the money for the education? And so that exerted such pressure on the police that even a lot of the very good efforts at corruption weren't effective. And so that's the piece around a break on effectiveness. If you could go back the 2 slides. Again. And one more. Thanks. Sorry about that. A second thing that we've noticed that sometimes actually the social norms or ignoring the social norms can actually exacerbate corruption. And I think many people who worked with social norms and sort of behavioral sort of nudges in economics have seen much discussed about how sometimes if you call too much, like I paid a bribe types of things, and too much awareness of how bad the situation is, that can actually call attention to it and make the phenomenon worse. And so that's one thing we do know about. What we've also seen is sometimes it has very counterintuitive responses. So in Ghana, there was a study. We said, all right, the salaries need to be, because the salaries are terrible, that's a driver and an incentive for people to accept bribes so that they can make ends meet. We'll raise the salaries. Well, the corruption and the bribery went up. what happened is that the families, seeing that the salaries were up, were then also putting bigger demands on their kin who were in the police and the customs, et cetera. In other places, it may be different, but it's important to understand that because it may backfire. Some of these things may backfire if you don't understand the social norms. In Central African Republic, it was even putting resources, I think that's the next piece, putting resources into something where you're not having the social norms. So the social norms in the conflict situation was loyalty to your kin. And so the police cars and the training and the per diems and all the instruments gave people more resources to actually engage in the corruption and abuse their power with others. So I think it's not to say that the other things don't work, but again, need to sort of think about how do the social norms interact with that. And finally, I think there's a real possibility in conflict situations, especially of endangering people's lives if you're not very careful. And you might be, if you're asking a sort of a code of conduct, for example, or some sort of professional code of conduct, you're putting that in the police force in Uganda or someplace else, and that is, the demands may be so strong that some people, and certainly in Central African Republic, some people would say, well, you know, if I sort of get out of line, they'll come and burn my house down. They'll come after me. And so, although that's a common strategy to help people sort of step out and become more positive deviants, I think we need to think about the context as well in which we're doing that. And I like the sort of way of thinking about it in mitigating effects. It's not to say you don't do it, but you need to figure out how to mitigate some of the negative potential impacts in the situation.
We were given 2 minutes.
Go ahead. I think you're right.
Oh, okay. We'll open it up to questions. If we can ask it to go forward. No, another one, and another one, and another one, and another one, another one. There, we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll say 2 things of where we're taking this. We're in the process of working on 2 pieces of this. One is to look at, so given that social norms are so important, what are the kinds of strategies that will work in corruption context and in fragile and context. So stay tuned, because a lot of that goes up on our blog too as we're developing, and we invite many of you to come and post on our blog too. But the other is also to look at if you can't change, particularly some of these indirect norms are so powerful, then maybe you have to work around sort of with them and figure out how can you do the other things without having them interfere. So we're working in those directions and looking at how to bring that into a much more practical kind of toolkit guidance basis.
Thanks.
My name is Fatima. I'm from South Africa, so-called fragile state in yellow, which I think is a warning sign. So my question is just around the role of the purple states in actually making us yellow and potentially turning us into orange. And I say that not just because of our apartheid past and sort of the role of both states and companies in the defense sector, currently in the extractive sector, and also financial services. So I'm just trying to understand that connection better, because it would, you know, and people from the rest of Africa can talk about the DRC and CAR and Uganda and those countries. So I'm just trying to understand how we're going to make that link when we look at what's acceptable in Australia and what's acceptable in Canada, even though they're defined as purple, as fueling and enabling high-level corruption and, you know, abusive practices in my own country, which places us more at risk. And we've got a brilliant constitution, like you said, perfect policies, laws. We currently have a commission of inquiry into state capture. We're going to be sending people to jail, but it doesn't even look at the role that foreign players have had in basically destroying our economy. Thanks.
Yeah, please. We'll have 2 more questions, and this way we might get a few more questions in the end.
Hi, my name is Geert Vermeulen, and I'm an ethics and compliance officer. You bring up some pretty interesting topics, and it makes me think of the times that when I was providing compliance training, anti-corruption training in my own company, in countries with a bad reputation for corruption, let's say. So I would explain our policies, our anti-corruption policies, and then sometimes towards the end of the session, people would come back to me and say, okay, but you know, I've been paying facilitation payments for all my life, and so have all my family members. So are you now saying that I'm a bad person? Because you say corruption is bad, so does that mean that I am a bad person? And I've been really struggling with answering those questions. So usually I try to make up something like, okay, but do you think that society should work like this? But maybe you have some other suggestions for me to tell the people then.
Maybe one more.
Hi, it's Jane Ellis here. I'm with Ellis Seabrook, and I'm also the editor of a book to which Cheyenne and Diana very kindly contributed a chapter, and that book is due to be published in May this year, and it's focusing on corruption, social sciences, and the law. So it's taking a multidisciplinary approach to corruption and anti-corruption. And one of the issues that came out, and one of the common themes that came out, and I think Cheyenne and Diana, your chapter contributed significantly to that, was the fact, and I think both the questions sort of attribute to this as well, is that we have been treating corruption as a moral issue. And it's one of the issues that I think we need to really focus quite clearly on, because in some cases, yes, it can be moral, legal, and in other cases it might not. As you were saying, Cheyenne and Diana, it's a way of actually having some kind of social cohesiveness. It's looking after your family, it's self-protection, it's basically weighing up your priorities. And I think one of the things that really came out through this book as well is how a lot of the issues that you identify, Cheyenne and Diana, actually are not specific to fragile states. That's probably where it's the most exacerbated and really most obvious. But it also comes out in multinational organizations, and you can also find in developed countries where there's an acceptance or a non-recognition of practices that have actually been in place for a very long time, which we would now consider to be corrupt. And I'm just wondering how you might be able to translate some of your research into this broader perspective. Thank you.
I'll start on the morality point. It's a bugbear of ours enormously. From the bumper stickers that say no to corruption, it's evil, and that framing to you're the bad apple, as if it's an individual indiscretion of one person. In the places in which we work, corruption is the norm, it is the system. And I don't know if Diana would agree with this, but I'd almost go so far as to say to not align to the expectations around looking after your family, fend for yourself, some would almost be seen as more immoral in those contexts, because in a Central African Republic where we did research in 2017, your family was how you were alive today and tomorrow. And so to not look after them in that context, under some auspice of following the rules as it was the morally correct choice, it's just inconceivable. We think the moral framing that the international community commonly dresses up our message and is not only unhelpful, but we think it's probably quite negative. And I'm thinking about the question at the back of how to frame it when someone says, so that makes me a bad person. In the places in which we focus, it actually makes you an entirely rational person. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I would agree. And we've I think sort of taking it out of the moral context would help enormously in thinking through some of how to move the behavior forward. But I want to go back to the first question, because it's certainly when we were doing the analysis, and corruption was a huge thing, both what's happened in the past and legacies of colonialism in a lot of these countries, and sort of how a number of these external forces have actually created the situation in which people are finding themselves. But also the thing we found, we went into Uganda, we were doing research in the criminal justice sector, and we said, okay, to the corruption folks, the international folks, saying, so anti-corruption, that's sort of the donors. So what about corruption in the justice sector? And they said, well, we don't do that. Go to the justice and rule of law folks. So we go to the justice and rule of law folks and the donors, and they say, and we say, so what about corruption in the justice sector? They say, well, you don't do that. That's corruption. Go to the anti-corruption folks. So it's so siloed. And then I think on an international basis, too, we tend to think in the way we relate in sort of national responses and individual responses, that we actually don't see these are nested systems. And you have to deal with that, that piece of the system and how it interacts internally. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to affect it. So I would totally agree, and what we've been advocating a bit more, looking at it much more concretely rather than just corruption as a whole, but really looking at all the different levels and how they interact with each other, so you can start interrupting some of these flows.
And just to follow up with Jane's question, the vast majority of social norms research, experimentation, and literature is based on Western Europe and North America. And so there's enormous amounts of transferability into those contexts. What we're doing is we're trying to say, okay, which of these ideas and findings could be applicable specifically for corruption? And again, we rarely use the word corruption. We're looking at bribery, favoritism, sexual exploitation, and then again, the fragile. But going the other way would be very easy, looking in the non-fragile application, because that's where most of the research is.
I'm aware that we have many more questions, so maybe if we could just have 2 more questions, but very quick, precise, given the time, and that we will have another short session after this.
Thank you. My name is Peter Hall. I work for the International Organisation of Employers. Sorry, up and up. It's really a question to build on what the gentleman asked, and really to sort of say, right, in regard to your social norm angle on corruption, is there guidance or anything out there you could advise business can look at, which is digestible and also easy to spread with? And we're an international organisation with members around the world, so we're looking for trying to make the most compelling cases based on good evidence and research, but in a way that will translate to business around the world. So is there anything out there? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm the last one. Yeah. I'm wearing various hats in relation with anti-corruption. I think today I'm here as the representative of Global Leadership Academy by GIZ, and we have just created something about gender and anti-corruption. That's why I'm here with my gender lenses, and I was a little bit disappointed that I didn't hear neither any question nor anything from you about gender indicators, because I think that could be quite interesting, because we know that women are the one who most suffer, and so I would be quite interested if you were thinking about working with gender indicators. Thank you.
I could ask you to be as concise as possible. Take it first.
Okay. We have not talked about gender indicators. Done. No, I'm kidding. But we have talked a lot about gender, because gender norms overlap significantly with social norms and the concepts around social norms. And when we think about how to change social norms, there's one of the few areas that have real tested strategies is around gender norms. So there is definitely an overlap in research and in social change effort between the two, but we have not specifically talked about gender indicators per se, but love to afterwards.
And I think the short answer on business, there's not actually a whole lot of very clear, good guidance for anybody at the moment. It's emerging. It is emerging, and so I think business would certainly be part of that too. But that's part of what I think a lot of the agencies are trying to do now.
Thank you very much, and especially for these last very concise answers. Thank you very much, Diana and Shan, and I'm sure they're available for all your questions after. So then, just like previously, we'd make a quick switch on the stage for this next session, rewriting the script on corruption through mindset shifting. And I'd like to invite Blair Glencross from the Accountability Lab. Whichever one you prefer, sitting down, and then about 15 minutes, and then we'll do another.
Yeah, I know, we're slightly behind time, so. Okay. And the clicker isn't.
I think it's the easiest if you just sort of indicate as others. Okay, so just like in the first session, we'll have a short presentation of Glenn, and then we'll open up the floor again to the questions, and I hope we'll continue in this very engaging way that we've seen in the first 2 sessions. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Blair. I'm from the Accountability Lab. We work with young people to find creative approaches to accountability and anti-corruption and integrity around the world. I was supposed to be here with my colleague Musa from Mali, but unfortunately he couldn't make it, so you're stuck with me, but I'll try my best. And I know we're running slightly behind time, so I will whiz through some of these slides, and very happy to chat about things afterwards if we don't have enough time to go through everything. And what I wanted to talk about was a campaign that we run called Integrity Idol, which is a TV and radio show to what we call name and fame honest government officials rather than name and shame corrupt officials. We've been interested at the Accountability Lab for a while about the intrinsic motivations around why people engage or do not engage in corruption, and moving from the understanding of corruption as a principal agent problem into an understanding of social norms and the kind of things that our colleagues Cheyenne and Diana have just talked about. I'll be the first to admit that our practice has sort of outpaced our theory on some of this. So you've had a lot of fairly rigorous academic research around this stuff already. This is much more about sort of what we've been doing, and we're now sort of beginning to catch up, I think, in terms of some of the theory and some of the understanding of the effects that something like Integrity Idol can have, and the way that it might begin to answer some questions like the one that Cheyenne posed about the role of the international community in trying to change social norms. If we can move to the next slide. So what we found, and this is in keeping with what we've heard already, is that one of the core problems, of course, is integrity, not corruption. Corruption is a function and an outcome of a lack of integrity and incentives and relationships that push people to engage in certain types of behaviors. And this is actually relatively well understood. We talk to a lot of young people all over the world about this, and this is what we tend to hear, actually, that yes, corruption is a problem, but they understand that this is because of ways that people act, because of the values that people hold, and the incentives that they face within institutions. So we began to think with Integrity Idol, okay, how are we able, or are there ways to begin to shift this understanding from corruption, which can be quite negative, of course, it's all about the problem, to this idea of integrity, which is much more about personal values and about potential solutions. Next slide. And our audience for all of this is young people for lots of reasons, of course, that you very well understand. They represent much more than 50% of the global population at this point. They're more in touch, they're more connected, more willing, I would argue, to challenge the status quo than ever before. That's not to say that this isn't an intergenerational process, but we're really focusing on how to bring through this new generation of young people that value integrity and can come together collectively to push for different ways of doing things and for decisions to be more inclusive and more fair and based on integrity. And the key with Integrity Idol, as I have mentioned, of course, is that it's positive. So much of our conversation around corruption, because it stems from this idea of corruption as a problem, is negative. It's all about the problem, not the solution. It's all about the wrongdoers. It's not about the do-gooders. And as I mentioned, it's about naming and shaming, not necessarily naming and faming. And this doesn't fill young people with much hope. It gives them a sense that nothing will change. It doesn't give them the sense that they can be part of a solution together. So what happens when we flip that narrative a little bit and begin to talk about positive ways of dealing with this collectively, and in bringing new people and unlikely coalitions and relationships to bear on this difficult issue of building integrity and accountability. So we started Integrity Idol about 5 years ago. We were sitting with our team in Nepal, watching Nepali Idol, the TV show, and began to think, well, what would happen if we combined this idea of a popular media-driven campaign to find people that do something exceptional with the idea of accountability and integrity, and came up with this idea of Integrity Idol. We sent out volunteers the very next day who collected nominations for a couple of months all over the country from citizens. They went to tea shops, they went to government offices, they went door to door to houses, and said, do you know a government official that has integrity? Please nominate them. Here's a very simple form, and then we will celebrate them. And we will turn them into celebrities in the same way that we celebrate pop stars and sports people. What if we try and shift norms by celebrating people within government who are serving the public good and have integrity? So we got about 300 nominations, I think, that first year in Nepal. Selected a panel of independent judges who chose the top 5, and then we filmed them and put them on the national TV station and on local radio stations. And it was fascinating. We put about $5,000 into this campaign, and millions of people watched it. Hundreds of thousands voted for their favorites. It created a really interesting national discussion about what it means to be a person of integrity and the kind of people that Nepalis want in government. The winner the first year, Gayan Mani Nepal, who is an education official, came. We had a big ceremony in the National Theatre. The government, which had initially completely ignored us, suddenly wanted to be involved. Surprise, surprise. Sent the head of the civil service to give the award away. We generated, a lot of interesting discussion. Gayan Mani went back to his district, and he was swamped. We have videos on YouTube of literally his entire town coming out and chanting, "He is the people's champion," and it was incredible to see that people could get this excited about something like integrity, which can be a bit nebulous, can be a little bit difficult to understand, and as has been pointed out, is not always the way that people are able to act given the incentives within their societies. Next slide. So we have a team in Liberia, and they said, well, this is amazing. We'd like to do this in Liberia. And we thought, we wonder whether it would work somewhere else. So we tested it in Liberia in 2015. Same sort of model. And it worked incredibly well. That was just after the Ebola crisis, and the winner, Jube, who was in the middle there, did amazing things during Ebola to make sure that the money from the international community was spent on the right things and that there was transparency around that process in her hospital. So in Liberia, we've now been doing this for 4 years, all sorts of incredible stories from the winners, including last year, one of the winners who arrested the bodyguards of the president for drug smuggling in her convoy. All sorts of good stories, which in themselves are something we can maybe talk about later and really bring some flavor to this. Next slide. Nigeria, my Nigerian colleague Ode is here, who runs this. Please find him and have a chat. Really interesting. We've done this twice now in Nigeria. The first year, 4 of the 5 idols were female. We touched on the issue of gender briefly, and that began a whole very interesting discussion, including with some important anti-corruption fighters who happen to be female in Nigeria about the role of gender. And the fact that many anti-corruption programs are not really gendered. The pressures that female bureaucrats face to be people of integrity and the relationships and the incentives that they are exposed to are different to men. And I don't think our programming yet, collectively as an international community, has drilled down enough on some of these kinds of issues. Next slide. Please, this started in South Africa. We just launched the second campaign there recently, at a very interesting time, ahead of the elections, of course, and within the context of deep state capture and corruption. The winner, Vinny, who is a policeman from a small town, since he won, has been added to a new 8-person government ethics committee. So his visibility and ability to influence the way that things work has risen dramatically since this campaign. Next slide, please. In Pakistan, we've been doing this again for 3 years. The winner there, Rai Mansour, the first year, was called up the very next day by the chief minister of Punjab, the biggest province in Pakistan, and asked what job he would like. So, there is at least some sense that this is beginning to get some traction. It's beginning to create opportunities for people with integrity, and begin to shift the way things are happening. Next slide, please. And Mali, again, unfortunately, Musa isn't here to talk about this, but we've been doing it now for 3 years in Mali. Again, similar dynamics, some really great buy-in, some really interesting engagement, and interestingly, winners for 2 of the 3 years who work in either justice or the military. So we're beginning now to have some interesting conversations in those sectors in particular about what this means and how we can support good people to come up within the system all over Mali. So we're growing this now. We've codified it. We're beginning to partner with some really interesting coalitions in different places to run this, bringing together civil society and the media and academia, and bringing in some unusual people that are not perhaps always thinking of themselves as accountability or anti-corruption advocates, but that bring perspectives on these issues and can push this out to young people and popularize these ideas in ways that we perhaps are not able to do ourselves. I think there's been a few impacts and effects of this. We're seeing that this narrative of naming and faming is incredibly powerful at a few different levels, and we're just now getting into measuring that a little bit better, understanding what the impacts might be. But one is sort of the recognition for the idols themselves. They tell us it really encourages them personally to push this agenda, to do more, to be people of integrity, and reinforces their values-based actions and leadership. I think it brings them credibility. As I mentioned, for example, Vinny in South Africa is now on this ethics committee. A number of the others have been promoted, which they say is pretty much directly the result of this kind of recognition, and what that models for others in their teams and others in government. We hope is that you can be caught doing the right thing, not the wrong thing, and that this matters, and that you can receive public recognition and it can help your career. We're now working with the idols to build coalitions within sectors. We've created a new group of female integrity idols to touch on the gender issues around all of this, and begin to come together collectively to move beyond just a collection of individuals who do great things into a coalition of people who are really pushing together for the kind of change that we might like to see. We've now connected with civil service training schools in all of these countries. The idols have come in as mentors. They've actually helped the civil service school in Nepal completely redo the curriculum. We've created programs now for incoming civil servants to be matched and to be mentored with integrity idols so they can really learn about what it means to be a person of integrity within government. And are now doing a whole series of Meet the Idol events, particularly with universities and schools, to make sure that the younger generation, the even younger generation, understand why all of this is important and see that government is a career path in which you can be a person of integrity. So often young people say to us, I would never go into government. You can't be a person of integrity. You can't be a values-based leader if you work for a government in my country, which is not the case. These idols are showing that that's not the case at all. Next slide. So we're now licensing this, expanding this year to Mexico, Morocco, and Uganda, creating some slightly larger scale media partnerships to really get this out a bit further and popularize it, building fellowships around the campaign, for example, bringing in young people through socially good filmmaking fellowships to help us make these films and understand how to tell positive stories through film about these kinds of issues, and building out partnerships and coalitions with academia and media, as I mentioned. So sorry, this has been a bit of a whirlwind overview, but just to finish, I think I'd like to leave you with the thought about the idols themselves. Why is it that these people, as we've heard, are going against every kind of incentive and social norm within their societies to be people of integrity? What is it that motivates them to do that? And why do they do it? And we've asked them, of course. And what's interesting is they often don't really know. They say it's about education, it's about family, often it's about religion, but they're often unable to pin this down. And this is the question that I think we'd really like to look into going forwards. What is that secret source that is allowing people to buck this system? And how do we extract it and then replicate it in ways that can help us build integrity idols in every government everywhere? So I'll leave it there. I'm very happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blair. I especially like the twist that you did with the naming and faming, which I think very. So as before, I'd like to invite a few questions, if we could take a few at a time, and then see.
Hi. Congratulations. I think it's here. My name is Guy. My question is regarding the feedback from the society. So did you perceive any negative feedback, any pushback, people saying, well, maybe this guy is not so good. Maybe this woman is also doing this for her promotion. So did you perceive this in the communities, like I would like to keep the way it is?
We just take another one.
Yep.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Anthony Smith-Meyer, thegovernanceproject.org. Again, congratulations. Great innovation. I was just wondering, have you heard of or been involved in any discussion about applying this kind of an initiative into a business or a corporate environment as part of a compliance program or whatever? And then any question to any compliance officers who might ask a later question, how do you think that would go down?
Okay, great. In terms of pushback, great question. We now have, over the course of 5 years, developed a fairly rigorous evaluation and validation process. So we do very serious background checks on all of these people in all sorts of different ways, which I can explain further if you're interested. So far, thankfully, we haven't had any issues in terms of any of the top 5 that have been selected being people who don't have integrity. We have had some who have nearly made it to the top, and we've had to get rid of them before it's got to that point. We have had a lot of pushback, particularly when we've tried this in new places, with people saying you're never going to find integrity idols, it's impossible. So there's that kind of pushback. We have also had some interesting dynamics with the idols themselves. I talked a lot about how this has helped them. They have also found some jealousy amongst their colleagues, for example, and some pushback from their superiors. So we're now trying to find ways to deal with that, both big and small. For example, in Nigeria this year, we're hosting integrity retreats for the idols, where themselves and all of their teams go away for a nice retreat outside their city, and their entire team benefits from this award that their colleague has won, and we begin to brainstorm around solutions for building integrity within their institutions. In the videos that we film, we now make sure that there's a good chunk focusing on their superiors and on their colleagues and how they are creating the environment in which this integrity idol can thrive. So again, beginning to sort of move this from just the individual into more of a collective effort. So there have definitely been bits and pieces of pushback, but we're trying to sort of be flexible and adapt with those. And in terms of business, it's been suggested, yes, and I think broadly the idea of naming and faming and celebrating positive deviance is a good one. So I think it would work. The question would be sort of how to design it, how to evaluate that kind of thing. But would love to think it through further with anyone here that's working on these issues, or for a corporation that would be interested in adapting this.
If we're quite close to the lunch break, so maybe if we could take 2 more questions.
Hi, Jos Whaley, Creighton University, United States. Great presentation. I have a question for you. How do you keep the process focused on idols in the virtue of integrity? Because there are lots of other virtues, justice, fairness, honesty, compassion, and so forth. How are you making sure that the nominations really are about that one particular virtue?
I'm Ayman Imam from the Open Society Foundations. My question is about the connection between your work and party politics. And in your experience, did you encounter any incidents where political parties try to use or abuse the results for their own purposes?
Okay, great. Great question about integrity, something that we're struggling with, to be honest, because integrity means something different to everybody and in different places in different ways. Part of what this campaign, of course, is trying to do is create a conversation about what it means. We have some definitions and we have some criteria that we've developed, which I'd be happy to share. But we do find still, even in the countries like Nepal, where we've been doing this for 5 or 6 years, that we get a lot of nominations that are about things that are not necessarily integrity. It's about a government official that's doing amazing things in their community, but don't necessarily demonstrate integrity per se. So it's something we're still working on, and if you have thoughts, would be very, very happy to hear them. On politics, this is, of course, just bureaucrats, civil servants and public servants, not elected politicians, because we wanted to try and stay away from the politicization of the campaign. So, in that sense, theoretically, they're not political, although, of course, in practice, they often are. The political parties certainly have sort of been pushing people that they like towards us, trying to influence us to include them in the selections, that kind of thing, which of course we haven't done. They now, as it has become more popular, want a more prominent role in the ceremony and in the media around it, which we to some degree have agreed to because it brings more attention, but only if it's done in a fair way, where we have representatives from for example, all major political parties on a panel or something along those lines. So we're trying to manage it, but this is a pressure, of course, that we continue to face.
Thank you very much, Blair. And with this, we'd like to close the session. I'm thanking all of our presenters, all of the 3 different presentations for sharing their insights. And I think sort of all the people that we had standing at the back is the best compliment to get of seeing how interesting they were. They have left for lunch now, quite a few. And well, for the rest, thank you very much for asking all the questions and for being very participatory. I'd like to point out as the last administrative issue that we'll have the lunch break from 1 to 2:30. There's several lunch options you'll have. So one is the cafe here, right when you come out of the door. There's another restaurant on the main floor, just where you came in. And there's also a food truck, an Italian food truck in the garden. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. Before we start this session, I would like to ask if our colleagues from the Future Society are in the room, if they can maybe just raise their hand. They're the second group of speakers that we have. Okay, but I think we can go ahead anyway. We do have a few seats if our colleagues from the Future Society come in later. Wonderful. Please, there are a few seats here in the second and the third row, and then we'll ask you to come on stage after the first group. Anyway, it's my pleasure to see so many people here. Actually, this has been this morning a very successful session where we present the insights of our knowledge partners. So, as you know, for this session we'll have 3 knowledge partners that we will ask to present their latest findings and insights under the theme of Tech for Integrity. And it's my pleasure to welcome the first knowledge partner on stage, our colleagues and friends from the New Development Bank. So if I can ask a warm applause for Xiaoshen, Deepak, Vanessa, and Srinivas to come on stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. This is Srinivas here from the New Development Bank, popularly called as the BRICS Bank. The bank is a very newly started multilateral development bank in 2015, and we are promoted to encourage infrastructure and sustainable development finance in our BRICS member countries. And one important element in BRICS Bank, when we are funding the sovereign projects, we do monitor a lot of our country systems and try to rely upon them for ensuring the projects that we are funded are meeting the end-use requirements. While we are doing this country system assessment, one focus area we have taken up is how these country systems are changing over a period of time with the fintech applications. And this study, when we are doing, we try to focus upon the fintech applications called as, we coin BASIC, the blockchain application, artificial intelligence, stable coins, identity digitization, and cloud computing. So how these 5 basic applications are trying to change the anti-corruption and integrity policies in these member countries is a study. And while doing that study, we have come across interesting case studies. And here we present our panelists representing 3 of our member countries from China, India, and Brazil, dealing with 3 important case studies. From the Brazilian side, we have a pilot study done by one of our member country development bank, Brazilian Development Bank, on the BNDES token. And the second, from the Chinese side, we have a blockchain-based application for promoting or avoiding a fraud in the tax-based invoice system, which is a WeChat blockchain-based FAPIO, as they call it, as a tax invoice, which is introduced by government of Shenzhen in partnership with Tencent WeChat application. And in the Indian context, we have a lot of blockchain applications, but one prominent case study we want to focus is about how blockchain application is enabling land registry related issues in one southern state from India. So without much ado, I'd like to introduce our panelist, Mr. Xiaochen Zhang, President of the FinTech for Good, and a member of the UN ESCAP Executive Business Council. And we have Mr. Deepak Bhatia from Exim Bank of India, managing the IT function for the bank. And we have Ms. Vanessa, leader of the blockchain technology from BNDES Group. Now, I would like to start this panel by posing a basic question to Xiaochen. We are listening to a lot of these fintech applications, but one fundamental question that occurs to me is how the fintech applications today that we are discussing are fundamentally different for enhancing integrity than the previous ICT applications or the ICT revolution that we have seen so far.
Thank you for the invitation. And when we compare blockchain technology with the Web 2.0 type of technology, number one concept is the transfer of value. So before blockchain, when we see transfer of information and all that, And the only blockchain-enabled solution, you can just really have the real value of the asset can be transacted. And this is number one. Number two is that, when you just look at the traditional or ICT-enabled solutions, compare that with, blockchain-based. And so far, like Bitcoin-based blockchain system has been operating for more than 10 years without having one being tempered or crashed or hacked. So it's the most stable system as of now. Number three, because the blockchain-based system is highly distributed and the information cannot be tempered, and also through the consensus mechanism, and it can really just guarantee that when you transfer value and the fraud and also the potential manipulation of data can be avoided. So the last one is, really about the potential applications. Many times, ICT-based solution that, any of the individual or professional working in your ICT department, you probably are working on a centralized system, and the centralized system will just can create, change the records. And from blockchain-based system that is, by nature, it is distributed, and the records being just recorded in different machines in the network. And when you work on a blockchain project, especially public blockchain, and you are not working for any company, and you are working for the community, and that in nature is very different. And from the potential blockchain-based solution for improved integrity of government and other public service delivery. There are many, many examples. And in summary, that's blockchain-based digital central bank digital currency, and blockchain-based record keeping, blockchain-based data monitor and evaluation, blockchain-based public finance management platform, etc. All of them have one unique characteristic, that is, by the end of the day, the accountability of the transaction will not be borne by the government anymore, and the system, the machine, the technology itself can guarantee that you have not done what you are not supposed to do. Thank you.
I'm very much excited about some of these projects that Chinese entrepreneurs and Chinese industrialists try to do in terms of the blockchain. But my question next to Deepak would be that most of the time when we hear about blockchain applications, we talk about only the Bitcoin, which is the famous prototype that has been very wonderfully launched. But my question is basically, apart from Bitcoin, have we seen any of these applications which are mainly focused on integrity? Have there been any which have been practically or commercially launched and been successful? Are we seeing only the revolution is only as a prototype and a proof of concept revolution? So what are your views on this?
Sir, thanks for your invitation. And first of all, I would like to thank OECD for the topic Tech for Trust. Now, in current scenario, people are really looking towards the technology to enhance the trust in globalized world. And now coming to the topic of whether these applications are overhyped or what will be the future of these applications. So if we see any technology, a platform or application, the future basically depends on two dimensions. One is the what kind of problem it is trying to solve, and how the adoption will take place. So first dimension, if we see the problem. So as it has been mentioned by eminent speaker in the morning also, trust and integrity are the biggest issue in current scenario. And so the problem, of course, is very big. And second is the solution. So, and there is no doubt that whether it's a DLT or AI or machine learning, they are really able to solve this problem up to a certain extent. And third is the scalability. So the kind of rise Bitcoin has got, as you have also agreed, that it has spread like anything in the world. So it means scalability is also there in the solution. Now second comes the adoption, how the adoption will take place. So adoption can take 2 two different paths. One, it can either go parallel to the traditional system, like we have seen in case of Amazon or Flipkart or e-commerce companies, which are running parallel to the traditional system. Or it may get merged with the existing systems or technologies of the organization, like internet technologies. When they came, it was meant for some other purpose, and then organizations, they adopted these technologies and enhanced their services based on the internet technologies. Like the example which you have quoted, the Andhra Pradesh government. So what we have done there, the entire land registry system we have developed on the blockchain platform. And here the regulator has come to the role of implementer. And the users, like the villagers, those who are having those plots and all, so they are able to access the technology on the mobile. So there are two things. One, the regulator itself has enabled the role for the adoption of the technology. And second, it has been delivered so conveniently that even an illiterate person can also use these technologies. So in toto, if we see, the future will basically depend on what values it drives to the end user and how regulators take this path.
I think that's a fantastic summary in terms of the value proposition and in terms of its acceptability. But the key dimension in between these two, the value proposition and the acceptability, is the institutional readiness. So maybe from Vanessa, I would like to understand your perspectives as an institution which has launched some of these projects, such as the BNDES token. What do you think as an institutional prerequisite, are the organizational prerequisites one needs to keep in mind when they have to think of successful deployment of these blockchain solutions for integrity?
Thanks for the invitation to take part on the panel, Mr. Yanamandra. I would like to address three topics on this to answer this question. The first one is sponsorship. The board really have to believe that technology can help enhancing the integrity of the organization, and like any other project that will bring great changes to the organization, this is a project that, the kind of project that the board need to buy and really to believe that the technology could help in this issue. But nowadays, sponsorship is not enough. We need the engagement of all parts of the organization, because when we are talking about blockchain projects, most of the time we are talking about making things in a different way. And everyone on the organization needs to help to the project go on. The project that I'm running in Brazil, it emerged on an innovation contest, and we have the opportunity to show the concepts and the ideas to a lot of people on the organization because of the contest. And this helped us to improve our ideas and to improve the concepts involved on the project. And so I can go to the third topic. That's the open innovation path. To bring okay, you have the project, but you need to unleash ideas that can be transformed into projects. Ideas of using the technology to make things in a different way. And you can use open innovation to do that. You can use an open innovation in different ways, like BNDES did a year ago, calling the employees to action, asking the employees how we can make things different using technology. But you can make this with partners, like NDB did 1 month ago, calling for essays of how using technology to enhance integrity. And you can make this with the whole society. We can ask everyone about ideas that can be turned into projects to enhance integrity using technology. And good ideas can come from everywhere and from everyone.
I think that BNDS case study is a really interesting one. If somebody has time, you can go through their website, and the process through which they have identified this project is a phenomenal journey for the last 1 year. Now, without much taking the time, Deepak, the other question is, apart from the organizational prerequisites, in order to ensure successful adoption, do you think what sort of legal and institutional frameworks that one needs to consider? Because when we are talking about deployment, we are talking about national deployment. So what are the legal and institutional frameworks that we need to be mindful while talking about blockchain?
Yes, I think it should be the top priority, because the consumer and institutional data protection and service integrity assurance should be kept in mind while implementing any technology, not only blockchain. Or maybe we may be using AI or big data. So this should be our primary focus, like how to keep these things in check. But the issue, what I feel is the flux of disruption due to technology is so high many a time, like balancing between the I would say, like deploying any technology and compliance has become an issue. And moreover, if you go by project-specific approach, we are not able to show like how to put this particular technology in the framework of the organization. So I suggest that instead of going for project-specific approach, one should go for creation of an ecosystem for the safe and secure deployment of technologies in the organization. So this framework should be built not only on the basis of strong policies for data governance, but it should also have, especially in current scenarios when we have so many connected devices like IoT or open APIs or other systems, so which may have potential to launch any cyber attack in the systems. So organizations should have an extended cyber security framework so that it can tackle the threats which may arise because of these technologies. So I would quote the example of Aadhaar UDI, wherein Government of India has digitized the biometric record of more than 1 billion people. So in that system, the security aspects or the legal framework, all those issues were handled during the development phase itself. So now that system has become at the center stage of all the policy issues of Government of India or whether public services, and many private companies are also linked to that database because it provides you a reasonable level of assurance that data and the integrities are protected. So I believe if we are not able to take care of these issues at the time of development, surely at the time of deployment, it will hit a roadblock, whether with the legal angle or whether with the assurance issues.
I think that Indian example of the well-conceived intention of even the Aadhaar, the biometric, but if we don't have a kind of legal and institutional framework, can be met with some sort of stakeholder skepticism. That is a fantastic example that we have seen when nations are devising these kind of systems. And I know I'm mindful of the time, but I'll take 1 minute each for both of the panelists. To Xiaochen, I just want to ask one fundamental doubt that I keep getting. When we talk about blockchain, we talk about cryptography. But the cryptography is as good as the underlying technology, which is prevalent as of now. But if you think of the recent the advancements that are happening, like quantum computing, so how much time you think this blockchain hype or revolution will last, and what could be the impact of these quantum solutions in future on this revolution?
Can I maybe just ask to be very mindful of the time?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
A little bit of time for
the panelists.
Yeah, and just very quick that quantum computing definitely will have a huge impact in blockchain technology. But as blockchain as a technology is only emerging, it's a very early stage. There are a lot of ongoing discussion and from different tracks how to just design new ledgers which are quantum proof. But I also want to just go back to your last point regarding the large scale or small pilots. And I think that as of now, the best use case is really at the pilot stage. And when blockchain technology is still at early stage and have really national level could just really be a little bit risk. So be mindful of the risk and to do as many pilots as possible. There are quite a number of pilots in China regarding the data hosting platform and all what I have mentioned before, and we can discuss later. Yeah, thank you.
Vanessa, I think very mindful, 1 minute, taking on what Shivachan has said. So how do you at BNDES are trying to address this challenge of scalability? Like when you have to mindful from prototype to the real scenario, what scalability issues you are trying to address and how?
I will answer quickly because of the time. Like Mr. Zhang said, in the majority of the cases, we have proof of concepts and pilots. And on BNDES, we did 2 proof of concepts and trying to do a pilot now. And the questions about technology and security are not so hard on a pilot and a proof of concept, but to scale, we have to be aware of that. And I want to focus on two points. One is the data structure. If you want to get immutable data, we can't be changing the data structure all the time. So before going on production and on scale, we have to have maturity on this topic. And the other topic is about quality assurance. You have to make a lot of tests, and I recommended that we made peer review. And on our case, we are opening the software to the public because we think that the society can help on the peer review.
I think this is all we have from the panel side. While the only message we want to derive is basically the 3 prerequisites. Institutionally, there is a prerequisite in terms of moving to scalability. Nationally, we need to have a legal and appropriate governance mechanism, and also be mindful of the developments that the technology can happen in near future. And this is not a kind of foolproof system that is going to be a golden standard forever, but mindful of the technologies that can surpass this, the benefits right now. These are the 3 messages, and I'm open to the audience for any kind of questions you would like to ask any of our panelists. Thank you.
Please join me in first thanking the panelists for this wonderful and very interesting discussions, and join me in a very warm applause. Now we do have 6-7 minutes for some questions, so we might take a few questions together. Anyone who wants to raise a point or raise a question, please show me your hand, and we'll have some mobile microphones that will come to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Louis Margot Duclos from 97. I wanted to ask a question on all the panelists, actually. What are the technologies that are used for your project? Is it on Bitcoin? Is it on Ethereum? Is it a public network or private network? Could you elaborate a bit on that, please? Thank you.
One or two more questions before we hand over to the panel again? Or if this is it, please.
Vanessa, maybe you want to answer?
We are using Ethereum. We made the proof of concepts on the public network, but we are evaluating to go on pilot on a hybrid network using a version of the Ethereum that is called Quorum.
So in our case, it was a permissioned blockchain developed with the help of one private entity.
Yeah, and when you just choose technology, and you need to really look at what problem you are trying to solve. And if you are looking at stability as the main thing, and then definitely Bitcoin blockchain is the most stable one. And if you are looking at the speed as your number one, the transaction per second, and there are a lot of emerging new ledgers, and which is even better than Ethereum and many others. And if you are looking at the privacy, and then there are also ledgers which just provide that privacy protected ledger. So it's really based on what issue you try to address. Then there are different technologies which are available, but as technologies at the early stage, and each one still are trying to solve their own problem at this stage.
I have read something called as a Willis paradox. Willis paradox is basically how much decentralization you want to achieve in the system and how much democratic governance you want over the system. So both are these extremes. So you can't have one with the other. If you want decentralization, you can't expect a democratic governance. If you want democratic governance, it can't be a decentralized system. So the golden mean is in between these two. So some degree of democratization, some degree of decentralization, depending upon the case that you have chosen to solve.
Yeah, and it reminds me one thing, that is, because we have the public ledger, private ledger, and hybrid ledger, and that is a very important differentiation, that if, you want to just have improved efficiency and saving costs within your organization, and then you can use the private ledger, but because it's within one organization, you still you're still able to just make changes. But if you want to just do build the trust among multiple organizations, you probably use the hybrid model. But if you really want to achieve the ultimate distributed trust, that the technology itself can really just be the trust itself, then you have to choose the public ledger. Yeah.
Any more questions? We do have time for one or two. Anyway, you can catch up with panelists also in the break. So I think we can thank them again. So please, as they come off stage, join me in applauding. Thank you. So thank you to the New Development Bank for setting up this panel and for sharing the insights on distributed ledger technology and fintech. Now I would like to invite on stage our colleagues and friends from the Future Society with Buse, Alessandro, and Edouard François. Bonjour. So similarly, the format of the session is 15 minutes or a little bit more for a presentation, and then some time for questions and answers. So, thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today at this panel where we're going to talk about AI for anti-corruption, potential challenges and pathways. My name is Buse Çetin. I'm an AI policy researcher at the Future Society. The Future Society is a think and do tank specialized in the questions of impact and governance of AI, and we aim to further the governance of AI to find the right balance between risks and opportunities that new technologies and particularly AI is offering to us for it to benefit the whole society. So the topic, before actually going into the topic, I'd like to, if I may, introduce a definition of AI that we adopt at the Future Society, because I think there's a lot of hype around this term. It is not easy, but bear with me. So it emphasizes very well the components of what is AI. It is big data-driven, machine learning-centric, socio-technical algorithmic systems that are powered by high-performance computing that is scalable on cloud or not. So I let it simmer a little bit in your minds. And if we look at what is going on with corruption, corruption remains a significant challenge for all of us. And according to a UN study, it costs the global economy $3.8 billion every year, something like that. So, yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. So, and since it is intertwined, its intertwined nature of the financial sector with the government, there is also a non-quantifiable but a valuable asset that we lose because of corruption, that is trust. And the theme of this year's forum is Tech for Trust. So the current landscape is that we have compliance frameworks, but the governance varies regionally, and we are mostly relying on banks and individuals to monitor, to detect, and to report suspicious corrupt behavior or practices. And this is where also the new technologies come into the equation, and they bring a two-folded dynamic, in my view. The first one is that with their pervasiveness, the threats, fraud, theft, money laundering, and the way these are done are more pervasive, more sophisticated. But at the same time, we are again looking at these technologies to find the solution. So they're at the same time the part of the problem and the solution. And as they scale, the governance questions become more and more complicated on how to find the balance between the risks and opportunities. We're going to gain in efficiency, but what are we going to lose? So I have two guests here. Edouard François de Langsin, who is the chairman of European Institute for Financial Regulation. He also owns a consulting firm specialized in European financial issues that is called Net Managers. He has a background in banking and consulting. Thank you for joining us. And I have also Alessandro Evangelisti, who is the finance and supply chain cloud evangelist at Oracle. He specialized in financial risk management, and you have a background in consulting, and you are helping customers find digital solutions to transform their businesses, if that's correct. So my first question is mostly to you. How do we concretely use AI for corruption, to detect fraud, to fight corruption, and what are the opportunities?
Right. So let's call all the family of felonies financial crime. So we don't mention them altogether. But so in the world of financial crime, I wanted you just to take awareness of where we stand at the moment and what is currently a big pain for all the system. Of all the financial crime attempts at discovery, we can say that we discover 50%. Okay, so that means that those that do not manage to get away with it, so those that get a conviction, 50% of those that we know were signaled through a detection system, particularly in financial institutions. So then there is all the corruption that we do not know, that we have not convicted. And then of all the systems that we use for anomaly or fraud or financial crime detection, there is a staggering 99% of those alerts and events which are false positives, right? So, and this is the current systems that we are using. If we employ artificial intelligence, and state of the art at the moment is within machine learning and graph analytics, we reduce that 99% by 30%. Then the promise is to go beyond machine learning and use as well deep learning, which raises eyebrows and other questions that we will discuss for sure. So what are we doing at the moment, as my point of view is one of insider of the tech vendors, is that I see that we are now entering a second stage of new solutions, software solutions for the enterprise world. And so I would say that there are two layers now to attack financial crime. On the first layer, new systems for companies, not necessarily financial institutions, are now incorporating within those solutions machine learning and anti-fraud, malicious behaviors, theft, financial crime, so to speak, and not only within their solutions, so that we can now equip offices of finance, better understand where there is an attempt, fraud by an employee or by a supplier, there is collusion, there is potentially some games that are being played with expenses, or the nightmare of every HR director, which is ghost employees receiving a salary, which do not exist. So all these sort of things now, we can employ and equip companies to do that, and that will be first-tier protection against fraud happening within the company. Then, of course, we have the second layer, or the most important one, which is actually the layer where the money flows, where the transfers happen, and where the felony finally happens, which is on the financial institutions and financial services. So in there, new financial crime and compliance prevention systems are now being equipped with transaction monitoring, which is the most promising area to combat fraud. Transaction monitoring, especially for anti-money laundering, is now fully equipped with the two main features. One is graphical analytics, what we call graph analytics, which is a representation of the relationships that a customer or individual has with others within the banking system or within that bank. So that already signals if there are circuitry movements of money within particular clusters where one of the parties is a suspicious party, or if there are activities between companies that were dormant up until yesterday and all of a sudden they receive billions in transfers. So we can highlight those relationships, and we can fit these relationships to reinforce machine learning. And we reinforce machine learning, which are techniques to basically put into boxes cases. What I mean by cases, so we have now the solution to have a data scientist, typically a data scientist, which is very knowledgeable on the type of fraud or crime that he is investigating or entitled to investigate, to create the case, the scenarios, and he knows of frauds, crimes. And so he looks at the data that he has and extracts features from the data. So he is a feature engineer, as I like to call him. And he looks at those features and selects the best algorithms or techniques in data science, machine learning, to understand how to use that data to put cases, events, that the bank sees into the correct financial crime box. So we do that, combining that with graphical analytics. That's more or less the state of the art of where we are at the moment.
Okay, so what we're optimizing is basically we're automating the process. Can you? Yes,
the process is really, as you might imagine, I made it very simple, but it's really cumbersome because data sits in silos in the financial system. So you have several ledgers. You have third-party systems, you have circuits for payments, transfers, there's plenty. So you have a lot of work that needs to be carried out in collating the data, putting the data together, preparing the data, understanding what is the feature of the data that you have, whether you have missing data, what would you do if you have missing attributes on the special records that you have. So I don't want to overcomplicate it, but there really is a meaning to I need a data scientist. It really does. So you can now use machine learning, or better, some algorithms of machine learning to cope with data quality. So you can really just have a system that knows how to handle the data and make the data more quality-wise. Once you have the quality-wise data, then you still need to have the feature engineer. So you have to have somebody who is knowledgeable both in data science and the fraud system that he's looking at, and create the scenario, okay, which is the state of the art of the fraud world nowadays works like this. So the features that I believe will signal me and correctly identify an event and have the event fall into that box are these. So I engineer those, and then I use training data sets, gazillions of records, to understand whether my model works and is overfitting, not fitting, good predictability or not, how good it is. And that is some work that you keep doing. No, when we say machine learning, the machine does not learn; it's trained. So you train. So once somebody finds a new fraud scheme, you have to investigate on that fraud scheme and create the scenario.
Yeah. So this is where the human actually needs to be in the loop, and the whole process maybe should not be completely automated, because there are some ethical risks to that. And I'd like to touch upon this with you, Edouard. What about the use of different types of data? We also discuss coupling AI with IoT and blockchain. And what about privacy? What about bias in these data sets when we're actually making hypotheses and detecting patterns? And where is the competence? So the person who is operating with these systems need to be equally technically and also competent in terms of compliance and ethics maybe as well. So can you elaborate on this a little bit?
Yes, thank you. There is two approaches to this discussion. There is bottom-up, where you see how you work on technology, what are the technological answers to major issues, and you have the top-down approach. And in the top-down approach, I will start by a question. Are we all criminals? Probably the answer is no. I hope so. Maybe potentially, but anyway. And the point is that also we have to put these new technologies in perspective with another dimension, is what I called the first industrial revolution. And we are just at the first steps of this industrial revolution. And probably this industrial revolution will have impact on society in each of us much bigger, stronger than even the first revolution. It means that it will change fundamentally the nature of our relation into the society. And intelligence artificial is one aspect of this major revolution, especially when you cross intelligence artificial with machine learning. And this new society will be obviously data-driven. And our data from the good citizens and the criminal citizens are all together. And the question for the society is to find in those data what are the good and bad information and accessing to the good and bad people. Then the first bottom-up issue is to say, yes, all that is quantitative. But in reality, very quickly, it will become qualitative, because the judgment to define what is the parameters to define a bad comportment versus a good comportment is quite difficult. Then you all have in mind the Orwell novel 1944, 1984, and the Big Brother process. And all the real question is that in this fourth revolution phenomenon, what will be the force, and we already face that with the GAFAs and Amazons and all those things, where data is driving decisional process of the world. And data have a lot of values in a certain way, not monetary values, but structural values that will help decision to be taken. Then the problem is that in this new world, how we put the human in the front seat. Then artificial intelligence is interesting, but it seems that we outsource intelligence to an artificial tool. Then you spoke about opportunities, and we have some conferences on that yesterday, in fact, and especially in the banking industry, where we are at the middle. We are the new policeman of the system, which is problematic because we have customers also, and it's always very difficult to, when you face a customer, the first contact with this customer is to ask a lot of questions as if you were a police, and as you have no really clue if it was a good guy or bad guy. And that structurally is a major complex matter. Then the positive thing is that if we get out of this, what I call the scientific illusions or algorithmic bias, because behind all that you have algorithms, and those algorithms are not just quantitative, but they are qualitative, they are judgmental, then we have to go back to ethic to find, in fact, how this artificial intelligence, in a process of money laundering and corruption, will help us, in fact, to build a trust between your customers, and 99% of them are trustable. Then what is important is to really visit what I call the enhanced artificial intelligence, where you have a traceability of the process that help the decision taking and not a black box.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks a lot. And I guess we can continue the discussion on ethics with the questions from the audience, because there is a lot to say, if there are some, I hope. If there is none, we can, yeah.
Please allow me first to thank the panel, and please join me in a warm applause for their excellent contribution. Now, indeed, to continue the conversation, the floor is yours. So if you have a question, there are some mobile microphones. Please.
Have you used AI in reference to detecting trade-based money laundering, which is at the basis of so many of these illicit financial transactions, such as Panama Papers or the Troika, and how successful has it been?
Right, so we have developed solutions, and we have libraries of behaviors that point straight to trade-related anti-money laundering. So we have that. I cannot possibly give you a statistics of how successful it was, because I simply do not know, and honestly. And I beg your pardon, but we do have several times, and it's a typical case that customers are asking us. We are also developing prototypes around the trade anti-monetary laundering with other institutions, and customs and duties as well are involved in this activity, where we use artificial intelligence and we try to match the movement of the goods with the orchestration of the funds, because the two things don't follow the same route, as you might imagine. So starting from A to B, goods go from A to D to Z, then to C, and the funds follow another route. So we try to develop as well behavioral patterns with our customers around this. We do.
I have one question on ethical risks relating to artificial intelligence. My only fundamental question is, as human beings, we have not finalized or agreed upon what is an universal ethics. Now, in that situation, how can we teach machine or maybe artificial intelligence something which is universal ethics or something? What is that mission that we are actually up to?
Yeah, you mean what is the universal definition of ethics?
Yeah, because we ourselves as humans, we have not yet understood the term as what is applicable universally to all humans. Now there is a machine which is trying to replicate some of these things. How are we going to really address these ethics in a universal context for all machines?
Obviously, it's clear that even in the definition of corruption, of money laundering, probably in all the countries in the world, we don't have exactly the same definition. And it's not just a quantitative issue, it's also a judgmental issue. And it's clear that artificial intelligence is more a question of quantitative analysis, help of decision making based on a certain internal cultural process of each company. And when you see and you speak with software providers, the first thing they say is that the software will be parametrable. And each of the company will parameter based on their internal approach. And it's not just France versus Germany or versus India or versus, it's even in the strategy of each company, institution, that will define exactly the granularity on how you will address and thinking. Then it's not universal. But from the legislator, there is an overall approach that you need to address. And the regulator and the surveyor, if you don't have the proper process, will take sanctions. And they don't take sanctions just because they see that something is wrong, but they will take sanctions based on the process that they think is not right. That's another judgmental, and that's not technology. It's a combination of procedures and tools. And today in Europe, we have the fifth directive on money laundering, which changed again the rule. We are just in France at the implementation of the fourth regulation of the first money laundering with a decree in last December. And now we are in the process of enlarging this approach in an approach which is quite different from the other countries of the world. Then we cross that with LGPD, which is another directive and approach about the ethics around data. And you have to cross those two approaches that may be contradictory. But by those kind of dialogue, in a certain way, what is important is to try to converge in a certain approach of what is this ethic, and not to be just a slave of technology, because that's a major danger, and it's good for your conscience, because you, okay, I have a good tool, and the tool will replace my own judgment. And that will be the beginning of a major mistake.
So,
any more questions, please? Maybe we can take them together. So one here, and one in the middle. Shall I go first?
Okay.
I have a question for Mr. Evangelisti. So I also hope that AI is going to help the transaction monitoring process of the banks. And I also expect that to happen. One of the challenges, though, is that a single bank usually only sees part of the transactions, so they don't see the full money flow. And that is one of the main challenges that they are facing. So what are your thoughts on that? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, it's the old good principle, GIGO principle, garbage in, garbage out. So if you are stuck with the data set that you have to make means, and it's like I say, if you have that set of data, then your options are very limited. Of course, larger institutions, the HSBCs or the Citibanks and groups do have a plethora of relationships and actors, and that's for them a big game to use machine learning techniques. But if you are a regional local bank, then really your options are really tremendously hindered by the size of your data set. Machine learning, or even if you go beyond that, which is the next generation, deep learning now we're talking about, then requires an amount of data which is substantially beyond belief, because that's where it really pays off. If you do not have that set, then it's questionable whether you really need to put your elbows into deep AI or some of those techniques. So it really depends on where you are. graphic analytics, which I was mentioning before, is really relying on the fact that you have a sheer size of customers and relationships, and you have a diversified portfolio of customers that you can rely, and then you have an asset. So size means data. Data is an asset, and that asset can be, you can use it to extract value. If you don't get that size, then you don't have an asset. Brutally honest, but it's reality.
I think there's another question, please.
Thank you very much, Irakli Kotetishvili, UNDP. Thanks for the presentations. I have a question to Alessandro. Can you share with us any projects that Oracle is working together with the governments to offer them tailored solutions to detecting, preventing, and possibly prosecuting corruption crimes? Because I guess in this room there are lots of representatives of the governments from all around the world, and they would like to know how Oracle can help in their daily lives and make it easier to detect, prevent, and prosecute corruption crimes. Thank you.
Yes, we have a number of initiatives with the government around financial crime prevention. And I would say we have two layers of activity that we are doing with them. First one being around data quality, and one of the main hindrances in any project that you do around analytics is rationalizing and put it together all the information that you have, all the sources that you have. So some call it data lakes, data oceans. Once upon a time were called data warehouses. Anyway, they are really, really big projects where we try to create staging areas with them where we prevent the quality flowing from any possible source of information. Then we're working with them, and this is really not secret, but we are trying to find ways to extract more information from unstructured data. So the world of transactional data is plain simple to understand, right? So you have PO number, invoice number, amount, quantities, price, destination. That's really pretty a schema that you can have. Then you can have other types of information which you cannot find a meta or a semantic way of describing them, which might be texts, for instance, long descriptions. And those are interesting areas that we are experimenting to understand how we can push forward the so onerous problem of false positives. Because really false positives is what is killing, because you have to put resources into doing the investigation, because you get 99% of your events, the systems that are telling you that there's a fraud there, 99% of them is nothing. So you just upset the customer. You say, I'm going to be blocking your credit card, or I log you off for your accounts because you're allegedly terrorist. That really is just ruining, is double the cost. You spend the money to do the investigation and you are losing the customer face. So that's really awful. And so we need as well the government to create pots of criteria on how to handle better screening. Customer screening is one of the key things into getting these false positives down.
So I guess we have maybe just 2 minutes to wrap up. Thank you very much to all for your questions. If I may, talk about a little bit of key takeaways here. I think, first of all, the data, the quality of data that we're using is very important. And when we use these technologies in different contexts, for example, in a developed or developing country, the type of data that we're going to have and the way our society's existing biases will be magnified or amplified by these technologies is going to be different. So the risks and the stakes are different here. Secondly, I think although deep neural networks that are technical black boxes are very efficient in terms of accuracy to find patterns, to detect anomalies, it is still tricky in terms of explainability, which kind of models that we use. And also the person who operates with these models need to be competent, need to understand what is going on there. And third, I guess we need to have a broader conversation between public-private entities and a multidisciplinary conversation to advance the governance for the benefit of all. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you.
So thank you very much to the Future Society for hosting this very interesting debate. And I would like now to invite our next panelist to go on stage. The third knowledge partner is International IDEA, and together with UNODC, they will explain us a few things about their current work on cryptocurrencies and political financing. So if I can ask, please, Yukihiko and Colleen on stage, and please give them a warm applause. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Yorin, for the very kind introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. And it's so wonderful to be back here again at this year's Anti-Corruption Integrity Forum with all the anti-corruption colleagues. Before we actually present our presentation today in the next 15 minutes, I'd just like to quickly just introduce ourselves, and then also just to give a bit of the brief introduction about today's presentation. So my name is Yuki Hamada. I'm a senior program officer at International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, more commonly known as IDEA. We are also another international organization with 33 member countries, with a sole mandate on democracy building and electoral assistance, and especially in the area of money in politics, political finance. We do have the largest data set, covers 180 countries, and then also provide a number of technical assistance across the globe. And today I'm here with a colleague from the UNODC. You may.
So my name is Colleen Méchineau, and I work as a consultant for the cybercrime and anti-money laundering section of UNODC. And we do a lot of work, technical assistance work, to help member states to handle the new challenges that cryptocurrencies brought for them in the regulatory and investigation part of the work.
Thanks, Colleen. And you may wonder why those two international organizations are here today together. Today, we'd like to talk about political finance and the use of cryptocurrencies in political finance. As I mentioned, International IDEA has over 20 years of experience in supporting countries in political finance, reviewing, providing technical assistance to update their legal frameworks and such. And of course, with UNODC, they have a massive expertise and experience in cybercrime and then also anti-money laundering field. So, two organizations, we are actually about to sign the MOU in the coming weeks as well, but realize that one of the potential risk areas for anti-corruption is this tech. And especially more specifically, we like to know a little bit more about this increasing use of cryptocurrencies. So in the last few months, we've been conducting research together, and I'm very happy to announce that we recently launched a new report entitled Cryptocurrencies and Political Finance. Some hard copies are available at the back, and also this report is can be downloaded for free from our website. Today, we just like to give you a little bit of a snapshot of this report and then provide you the idea of the current state of the cryptocurrencies and its use in political finance, and potential risks, and then potential benefits, and how we could possibly move forward. So without further delay, I'd like to invite Colleen first and to give you a bit of the current state of play in terms of the cryptocurrencies and anti-corruption.
So I'll start with like a general introduction on cryptocurrencies and the risk part, because as it was mentioned during the opening remarks, it's very important on such a complex technology to have a balanced approach between risk and opportunities. And most of the time, since UNODC or natural counterparts are law enforcement agencies, I have to explain them why we shouldn't ban cryptocurrencies right away, and we shouldn't just that they also bring opportunities for countries. I guess today I will have to do it the other way around and clearly make the difference between the great and very promising blockchain applications we were presented earlier and the risk coming from the pre-existing cryptocurrency ecosystem. Because we already have a cryptocurrency ecosystem which is consequent and completely aside from our banking and financial institution system. So even if the Bitcoin boom of the end of 2017, when it reached like almost 20,000 USD, is now over, and it's still, we still have a non-negligible, an exponentially growing cryptocurrency ecosystem. As of March 2019, we count more than 2,000 different cryptocurrencies, and they all have their own specificities. Some of them are based on public ledger, like Bitcoin. So it means the blockchain is accessible by anyone online. Some other cryptocurrencies are based on a private ledger, which means no one can access it. The most famous example of that is Monero, which is very used for criminal purposes, because then it's impossible to trace back transactions using Monero. It's important also to underline that the access to these cryptocurrencies is now way easier than it was before. Even if you generally need to buy Bitcoin first to then trade them for other cryptocurrencies. Nowadays, we have more than 500 exchanges operating online, and the number of Bitcoin ATMs in the world have doubled in the last 2 years to reach more than 4,000 ATMs around the globe, which cause a great risk of money laundering, especially on the ATM side. If we cannot say that there is a democratization and generalization that the crypto enthusiasts were kind of calling upon, we still have to recognize, and we can't deny, that there is a consequent ecosystem, and the total market capitalization is now reaching 130 billion USD. So it should encourage a move towards more regulation and more compliance of all the actors of the ecosystem. So on the regulatory and law enforcement perspective, there are several things at stake when we talk about cryptocurrencies for member states. We talk about tax, about consumer protection, because some of these cryptocurrencies were total scams, and a lot of people lost a lot of money in them. But the main risk for me today is that cryptocurrencies are a very effective, almost perfect money laundering tool. Cryptocurrencies allow for fast, cheap, cross-border transactions and can offer a high level of anonymity, which make them privileged tools for laundering the money from all types of predicate offenses, from drug trafficking on the darknet, or cyber scams, and of course including corruption. It's important also to note that we see the development of services, professional services in the ecosystem, which offers for more privacy. One of these services is called mixers, cryptocurrency mixers. Basically, if I receive from my colleague Yuki dirty money and I want the link with Yuki to be totally impossible to trace, I will send these cryptocurrencies to a mixer and they will divide it and send it to so many addresses that at the end it's impossible for anyone to trace it back to my first Bitcoin address and therefore to Yuki. So it's kind of giving anyone the opportunity to use very sophisticated money laundering schemes that were before, they already existed in the banking system, but they were like reserved to very high-level criminals or corrupt officials. And now it's available by just 2 clicks and a bit of money in this ecosystem. So it's important to mention it here, I think. There have been a growing awareness of these risks in the last years, and a lot of countries actually adopted regulations on cryptocurrency. We see, therefore, however, a lack of harmonization because some of these countries chose a very strict approach, some of them a very cryptocurrency opportunist approach. They want to become like cryptocurrency hubs. So some of them use their normal pre-existing anti-money laundering framework, whereas others created a very different framework. We had no real international standards on this topic. We're waiting. The FATF is releasing soon his recommendation, I think in June. So it's going to be a first set of international standards on anti-money laundering and cryptocurrencies. But for now, it has been very mixed approach and no harmonization, which is very worrying when we talk about a technology which is completely cross-border. So we hope in the future we will see more harmonization between the countries. Just a little bit on the law enforcement perspective. Most of the countries regulated on the exchanges, which are the gateways, the entry and the get-out points from the ecosystem to the ecosystem. So that's where we exchange cryptocurrency to fiat currencies and the other way. So they've been regulated. Most of them have know your customer policies. They're submitted to anti-money laundering requirements. So for law enforcement, the big challenge is to link an address or a transaction back to this gateway, which will have information on the customer, hopefully, if it's true. So we developed law enforcement NOAS tools, which have been developed by the private sector mainly, which are very efficient. But it's still, the technology is going so fast, it's still a challenge for a lot of countries to actually investigate.
So as Colleen just mentioned, cryptocurrency, the use of it itself, it's already presents a lot of challenges for all the anti-corruption oversight agencies and also other financial regulatory bodies. But I'd just like to talk a little bit about when it's applied to political finance and what's going to happen. By political finance, I mean the funding, regulations surrounding funding of political parties and candidates and electoral campaigns. Of course, most countries have political finance laws or regulations, but of course, as we all know in this anti-corruption community, political finance is often the most commonly exploited entry point for corruption. The large corporations or foreign donors and trying to influence the domestic policies through the or the other sorts of means. And one may think, what's the link between political finance and then the use of cryptocurrencies? Indeed, it is a relatively newly emerging trend and threat to political finance regulators. But nonetheless, it is happening. For example, in 2004, there is a candidate in Sweden. He ran the world's first Bitcoin-driven campaign, and he was successfully elected to Swedish Parliament for the first time. And of course, it was his political views that ultimately won him a seat in the Swedish parliament. But that was his very radical approach to fundraising that create the international buzz and also among the electoral management bodies that how to deal with this issue moving forward in Sweden and as well as in other countries. And since then, a number of countries, there have been regulations and also newly emerging trends in the use of cryptocurrencies. For example, in Canada, currently the official public consultation has been launched as to how to regulate this digital currencies in political finance framework. And also in the United States, for example, although it's not a legal tender, but it is legal to exchange in some states. And then in some states, political candidates are using cryptocurrencies as a way of collecting donations. And also in Europe, for example, a country like Georgia, where has recently become one of the biggest cryptocurrency mining countries, political parties have started receiving donations in cryptocurrency format as well. And this trend is likely to have a spillover effect, and then many other countries across the continent, Europe, Americas, or Asia and Africa, we need to be very mindful of what's going to happen. So when we're going to think about regulations, although there are not many regulations currently in place, but when we're thinking ahead and how to move forward, there are some potential risks and potential benefits of using cryptocurrencies as a form of donations, for example. Of course, already Colleen has mentioned many of the risks as part of the risk presented in the money laundering scheme. But of course, the most significant problem for oversight body is that cryptocurrencies could easily circumvent the existing political finance regulations. Like I mentioned, most of countries do have regulations about how many or what sources the political parties can receive donations from, for example. Most commonly, bans on foreign donations or bans on the anonymous donations. Those are the type of donation types that are often commonly banned in many of the OECD countries and beyond. However, by using cryptocurrencies, one can easily circumvent these regulations and then can hide the identity of donors. And also, second problem is ambiguous definitions. As I mentioned, cryptocurrencies are not necessarily regulated in many countries yet, and that creates a confusion. So if political party or Colleen has received cryptocurrencies in donation, in many countries, it has a very loose legal definition, so one cannot define whether this is a currency or asset or in-kind donation. And depending on your legal definition of cryptocurrencies, different types of political regulations can apply. So without giving it a very clear legal definition, I mean, this will create confusions in oversight agencies too. And another risk is obviously volatility. I mean, of course, recently the boom has been over and it has become more stabilized. But of course, the issue of the volatility of cryptocurrencies can create a lot of uncertainty. Especially in many countries, there's a donation limit, for example. There's often threshold in a country that how much one can donate to political parties or candidates. But without actually knowing the actual value of cryptocurrency, it's really actually very hard to enforce such provision. But of course, it's not all about risks or bad sides of cryptocurrencies. Of course, we like to think with tech for integrity. I mean, it also presents some potential benefits for us moving forward. In this report, we mainly focus on three elements. Mostly, one is transparency and immutability. And of course, if cryptocurrencies are designed in certain way, I have to stress in certain ways. In some cases, it's not designed in such way, but if it's designed in certain way, it would provide a further transparency as well, so that it means oversight agencies can track down very easily through digital means who's giving money to which party, when this transaction happens, how much it's been spent. And also it's automation as well, so that if there's any suspicious donation coming from suspicious sources to certain political parties, by using such systems can easily flag automatically and then blocks or at least reports to the oversight agencies. So it could really support the transparency and accountability in political finance regulation process as well. And then of course, lesser transaction costs. If it's used wisely, obviously one can skip all the transaction costs and the intermediaries, so that may lessen the burden threshold for donors to provide donations to political parties. Do you mind if I go? Yeah. So moving forward, in this report, I mean, I'm not going into much details. It's everything in the report itself. But I like to mention the 4 areas when you think about regulations. I understand many of the audiences work for the anti-corruption agencies, which had a mandate of political finance oversight, or if you're working in tech companies, I mean, this may be some sort of food for thought as well. One is giving a clear definition, defining the boundaries. As I mentioned, in political finance world, often cryptocurrency is still this unknown digital something. It's not recognized as cash, or it's not recognized as asset, or it's not recognized as in-kind donations. Unless you give it some sort of definition and boundary, law cannot be applied. So that's maybe a first starting point. And of course, based on that, you need to update the existing regulatory and oversight framework. And of course, critical approach. I mean, by no means we are not encouraged to ban cryptocurrencies, as we mentioned, and also we in this age of techs. It has a huge potential for anti-corruption, but however, especially in case of political finance, be cautious, and especially in the issue of the transnational donations and also anonymous donations, it can easily exploit it. And of course, multi-party dialogue. In this morning's sessions and also in the earlier panels as well, I was very pleased to hear that a lot of people saying that anti-corruption experts are not necessarily tech-savvy, and that we really have to work with young generations or private sectors, and then work together to identify those problems jointly to make the most of these technologies. And then this really applies to the regulation of political finance as well. So I really invite all the regulatory agencies to work with CSOs and then tech companies, and then all the other not so usual suspects, stakeholders, to find solutions jointly. So if I may, I just like to if there's one takeaway from this joint presentation by IDEA and UNODC, please remember e-court when it comes to regulation on political finance and cryptocurrencies. E stands for exchanges. So as Colleen also mentions, and UNODC is proactively promoting this as well, countries do need regulations concerning the exchanges of cryptocurrencies and fiat currencies. At this point, it's a critical moment when the digital currencies turn into the actual currencies. And of course, caution, oversight. So oversight agencies, they need to be aware of this new technologies, and then be moved quickly to adapt their regulations, and then revise or even redraft or draft the new policies concerning cryptocurrencies, and especially anonymity. This is the major point that that from both cybersecurity and then money laundering point of view, as well as political finance regulations point of view, cryptocurrency's most defining threat to us is that it's anonymous nature. And then T is, of course, technology. And by that, as I mentioned earlier, of course, we encourage to join this debate with those CSOs and the private sectors, but also encourage the oversight, political finance, and anti-corruption agencies to really invest on technologies and then update themselves with the new technologies out there. And that's not always easy. And also international organizations where we come from, we're also often quite bureaucratic, and they're not necessarily up to date with the 2019 technology. So it's also a lesson for ourselves too. But technologies, especially cryptocurrencies, are changing and improving and advancing day by day, if not hour by hour. So all the regulatory bodies and countries also, we need to aware that speed, and then we need to really step up our game, and then to to consider this new emerging threat?
I'll just add on the cooperation with the public sector. It's been crazy. All the different actors, the service providers in cryptocurrency, at least the main actors, were willing to cooperate with government and international organizations towards more regulation. They know it's important for them, so they're actually we saw a lot of examples of self-regulation in the cryptocurrency business, where exchanges themselves adopted know your customers procedures or things like that. So they're really they have the technical knowledge and they're willing to cooperate with us. So I think it's very important to underline that we should talk with the private sector on this topic.
Thank you, Corinne. I know we slightly overrun the presentation, but we also like to open the floor for questions. So if any of you have questions, we are willing to answer.
Yeah, please, before we go into the questions, give our panelists a very warm applause. So we do have a few questions here in the first row. I think we'll start with the gentleman in the third row, and then we move forward here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. I'm Farhad. I don't work for a anti-corruption organization or any tech company. I work for the French Office for Immigration and Integration. So my question was more on the side of the use of blockchain by the international development agencies or organizations, more precisely on the side of humanitarian aid. Just recently, I watched a video that in Azraq camp in Jordan, the refugees, they were using the blockchain technology to go in a supermarket, and without any use of physical money, they were buying their stuff, their groceries. And this was thanks to the cooperation between World Food Program and UNHCR that granted access to a biometric database of these refugees to the WFP. And that way, they as you mentioned in your presentation, WFP saved millions of dollars by decreased costs in terms of transaction costs, which would have otherwise went to the banks. So my question is, do you think that blockchain is the future of humanitarian aid?
Okay, that's a bit, it's not our specialty since I deal at least with the crime part, so we're very far from my main focus. But I think, that's one of the blockchain applications that I was mentioning that we should differentiate from the existing cryptocurrency ecosystem. So it's built for transparency, because it's very convenient, it's cheap. It's also because there is no third party involved, so it's very safe to transfer funds in a war area. So blockchain applications like that have great advantages that we should not ignore. But I think our presentation was trying to focus on the risks which comes from the existing ecosystem. This ecosystem was built by people, especially the Bitcoin blockchain, was built by people who were not at all looking for more regulation. They were libertarians. So that's important to differentiate what we do in anti-corruption work based on the blockchain from this ecosystem and the risks. Thank you.
So we have time for 2 more questions, please, here in the front row. We'll take the questions together. So.
Okay. Oh, thank you for the presentation. On the last slide, you talked about the benefits and of immutability and transparency. And I think on cryptocurrencies to get to collect the benefit of transparency, you have to deal with some kind of identified stable coin. I'm working in a project about that, but with a specific purpose. It's like an identified stablecoin to a specific purpose. So my question is, if you saw in your research around the world an advanced project trying to create an identified stablecoin with general purpose. Okay.
I'm not sure. With a criminal purpose? Criminal purpose? Sorry, I didn't hear the last part of the sentence.
If there is a project around the world trying to create an identified stable coin with general purpose that you can use anywhere to buy anything.
So I think part of my question is already done, but I just want to mention in the previous slide where you talked about the different country regulations. I think in Indian context, when you bucketed India along with China, and there is a subtle difference there, because in India the cryptocurrencies are not yet banned outright. What they have done is basically they have given a diktat to the financial institutions to stop dealing with the people who engage in crypto things. It is not an outright ban because the Supreme Court jury is still not yet out. They have given the government an ultimatum to come out with a final view on the rules and regulations. That's one point. Second thing is basically, apart from stablecoin, what's your view in terms of a public cryptocurrency, which is basically a central bank digital currency, as a move away from creating a demand curve on private cryptocurrencies to avoid these problems? So do you think CBDC could be a potential solution for this?
Can I ask for short responses to those two questions? We have another gentleman.
Thank you.
For the last question then of the session.
Well, thank you for your questions. I'll be very short. Actually, I don't know of a general project. Maybe one exists, but at least I didn't hear about it. And on a public ledger, on a stablecoin with a public ledger, I think it's a great idea, but I was discussing that with law enforcement people, investigators, and they were saying one of the issues we will still have, even if we have a transparent public blockchain, is that we will not be able, at least if you can exchange this crypto to another crypto and vice versa, we will not be able to trace the origin of the funds, because it's still different than the banking system. So even if you have your donators, for example, for a political party, you won't know, it has to be treated like cash. You won't know the origin of the funds, but it's borderless cash, which makes it even more difficult. So I think it's the beginning of the solution, but we still, there are still challenges in, or we can trace the path of the funds up to the beginning. Thank you.
So we have time for one more question. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. We all know the transformative impact of potential of blockchain, and many, if we want to scale it up, and the policy framework and the policy environment is extremely important, and many regulators just use the name of anti-crime, anti-money laundering, anti-whatever, then just be very conservative to treating, or number one is didn't differentiate the blockchain with cryptocurrency. Number two is that because of money laundering and all that, just be harsh to the innovation. And now that your report is all about crime, and so how can you just facilitate the conversation and to balance this type of fear, to make the regulators understand that they shouldn't throw the baby together with the dirty water?
Thank you. That's a very good comment. To be honest, there is no one solution, because each country has its own financial scheme already, so they all see it in a very different ways. We can share different practices from different states, like Gibraltar adopted a very cryptocurrency-friendly legislation where they based it not on cryptocurrency but on blockchain. They actually did a framework for the technology in itself. So we can I think we're just a forum. As an international organization, we're more a forum for everyone to exchange on what they did and how they did it. And then maybe when in UNODC, our role is not to regulate or to settle international standards. That's definitely FATF when we talk about anti-money laundering. So then I guess when we will have more clearer international standards, we can also provide assistance to member states on how to regulate. But I think, except offering them a forum also with private sector to be sure they understand the whole complexity and opportunities of the technology, we can't do much more, unfortunately. Thank you.
And also, just to really follow up, apologies if we gave impression that cryptocurrencies are all bad. But if you actually pick up this report, and we actually do talk about potential benefits of it too. And also, like I mentioned, there are some countries actively promoting the use of cryptocurrencies in funding political parties, such in Georgia or the case in Sweden, as I mentioned. So by no means, I mean, we don't necessarily see it as a threat to democracy, but it's something needs to be harnessed. So therefore, we encourage you to be more cautious. But moving forward, I mean, again, we also guilty of that, but international organizations, and when we often draft papers and also advance such global debate on the issues, we don't always talk to multi-stakeholders. So the occasion like this is a fantastic opportunity for all of us to meet all of you, and especially the private sector perspectives. You have any ideas or know any good practices, please do come to us, and we are always looking for opportunities to work with a wide range of actors, and then join forces to advance this debate. So we also put our contact addresses at the end of the slide as well. But it's very early stage, like big data analytics or Facebook or Twitter. I mean, when they came to the market, we were very slow to react, and then now we learned the lesson that cryptocurrencies, and especially its application to political finance, it's still limited. But we know that this is going to be bigger in the future, and then we understand that we have to start this debate right now, and then as with many stakeholders possible. So any comments or any feedback or any, all welcome. Thank you.
So thanks again, Yuki and Colin, for this very insightful presentation. So this session was hosted by International IDEA and also the participation of UNODC. We'll continue similar sessions tomorrow with other knowledge partners. And I will also, to conclude, I want to thank the support staff and the interpreters for facilitating the session. Thank you.
Yeah, we complement each other, I think. We like and then I was also thinking to make some presentation for this point of time. Really nice. No, thank you. Let me know, if you have some time, we can talk about everyone knows the details. Absolutely. Okay. So I'll send out the fantastic. Thank you so much. Sorry for the long